Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to Defense Academy. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes, and all of our panelists and speakers today will be talking from here if they're in person. And then if you're streaming virtually, just keep in mind we're about to get started in 5 minutes. So this is your chance to get coffee, get situated, get comfortable. Thank you.
Yep. Well, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Welcome to Defense Academy. So I see I got a nice sparse crowd doing a little social distancing, it looks like. So welcome for everybody here that's here in person and live. We also have many people online that are also watching. So just so you guys know, Defense Academy this week is going to be basically a hybrid event. We'll be doing a lot of live presentations, but also we're going to have several virtual presentations in which you guys can chime in through our YouTube channel. So we're really excited about today. We're going to be really talking about some really great information that's going to help our founders and any other stakeholders that are interested in federal acquisitions on how to really plug into defense innovation and really find ways to best work with the government and get non-dilutive capital, which is, I think, what we're all looking for is like, how do we get capital to build and grow our businesses without having to lose too much, right? Obviously, as we start up, the more non-dilutive it is, the better, right? So a really exciting day. Today, we're going to talk about contracting and acquisitions 101. We've got a lot of great speakers coming through here today. So Jess?
Make sure I'm on. I'm Jessica Steinhoff, and obviously this is Jorge Manresa, right? So we've got a lot of great speakers on tap. Jorge is our first speaker after we kind of do some welcomes. And then we have Sibber happening today. So an intro from Jared Evans from AFWorks. So I'm sure you guys are all excited about that. We've got some intellectual property you guys will learn about today after lunch. And then the next 2 days, we have some really exciting things too. So we want you to hang on with us. Tomorrow, yours truly will be on a panel with someone from Deloitte, Mr. Paul Norwood. So, and then Friday, we have something really, really exciting planned at the end of the day. So we want you virtually to stick around with us because we've got a really, really exciting new thing planned with Defense Academy called a reverse pitch. So we'll talk more and more about that throughout the event. So we want you guys to hang on through the whole Defense Academy so you guys can see what that's all about. So
yes,
Jorge, back over to you.
Exactly. So just again, to put a little finer point on that, today we're going to talk a little about acquisitions and contracting 101 and some of the things you need to know, those pitfalls that you're going to come across when you start coming into federal acquisitions. So we're going to start arming you with some information. You won't come out as experts, but at least you'll have enough information to be dangerous and at least ask the right questions. Tomorrow's when we talk about the barriers to entry, that's going to be really interesting because that's where you're going to talk to a lot of notables that we have across the U.S. Patent Office and other experts that are going to talk about what are the kind of the challenges that you're going to have to overcome as you traverse your journey from finding a customer to actually getting some traction, getting some contracts in place with the federal government. And then at the very last day, that is really kind of the special day because we'll talk about opportunities, right, for tech transition. And one really cool thing that we're going to be doing, so for everybody here and for those online, is partnering with the University of Texas, Dallas. Their technology and commercialization office is going to be here. And that reverse pitch that we talk about, we got to give that a name, Jess. Totally. We got to totally give that a name. It's going to be a first time ever, but they're going to showcase, I believe, 2 or 3 licenses that or opportunities they have for potential licensing. So for everybody in the audience, it's going to be really cool because it's not only just going to be a couple panelists that are going to be here, but the audience is going to participate. They're going to vote on what they like, and the opportunity is going to be open to contact that university if you're interested, whether you're on the panel or you're in the audience, to actually discuss and find ways to actually get some of that licensing to help better your technology if you're in that particular industry sector. So
how cool is that? That's really, really cool. So you'll have an opportunity to link on to that patent with the University of Texas, Dallas. So
yeah, awesome. This is going to be great. So without further ado, I'd like to actually pass it really quick to a virtual message from our CEO, Josh Baer. And then we'll move on to our Deloitte representative, Mike Shields. So take it away.
I want to welcome you all to Defense Academy. Capital Factory is the center of gravity for entrepreneurs in Texas, which is the #1 state for startups in the US, and it's one of the #1 states for defense innovation now, as we've seen with the Army Futures Command, AFWorks, and so many others coming to Texas. There's really nowhere else in the country where you'll find multiple different government innovation units all together in one place. And that creates its own gravity. That creates this incredible opportunity to walk around and talk to many different people who could help you. it's not a high security zone. It's not behind a big wall, that anybody can walk in and get exposed to what's going on and learn about what's happening with government and federal innovation. Now, Defense Academy, what you're doing today, is the starting point. It's a place for people who probably don't think of themselves as defense contractors, but are interested in these opportunities to learn about what are the first steps, what's it take to get involved, how do you make sure that you're eligible, how do you find out what you can apply for, and how do you go get contracts.
All right. Well, thank you, Josh, for those great words. So right now, we're going to get this kicked off. We've got Mike Shields here from Deloitte, representative. He's one of our sponsors for Defense Academy. And I'm going to not steal any of his thunder, but definitely thank you for hosting sponsoring Defense Academy and helping us in Capital Factory really send the message and bring some great new education to the various founders and stakeholders in defense innovation. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jorge. As Jorge said, my name is Mike Shields. I'm a specialist leader at Deloitte in the strategy practice. And on behalf of my colleagues here in the Austin office, I'd like to welcome you all to Defense Academy at Capital Factory. Over the next 3 days, you'll participate in different sessions that are going to be very useful to startups and non-traditional defense companies that are looking to contract with the government. So I've been involved in the national security space for the better part of the last 2 decades, originally as part of the intelligence community. Then I owned a small defense contracting company focused on the special operations community. And then just before joining Deloitte in the government and public services sector, I worked at a family office where we specialized in investing in companies that are in the national security space. So over this period of time, I've had multiple different vantage points on the contracting industry, and I can say that it has definitely changed for the better as it applies to startups. A lot of this is because over the last several years, the DoD has realized that the solutions to the problems that they are facing are less going to come from something that looks like skunkworks and more from something that looks like a Silicon Valley startup where you have a couple of motivated, smart people working on a solution to a problem in the garage. They're using things that you'll learn about later, such as SIBRs or OTAs, where they're able to rapidly contract and get small businesses in the defense space to start prototyping solutions to these very problems. And with the use of these, there are different organizations that have been set up within the DoD that are partially tasked with finding startups that can address some of these problems that the DoD is facing. This list is not exhaustive, but Defense Innovation Unit, or DIU, SOFWorks, AFWorks, and Army Futures Command's Army Applications Lab, which actually is here on the 8th floor, are all tasked with reaching out to these startups. So I would encourage all of you to visit their websites, register with them, look at their open opportunities, and if you are here in Austin, stop by AAL and set up some time to talk with them about your companies. I would also really recommend that you guys use this time to network with other companies as well, because recently General Murray, who is the commanding general of Army Futures Command, has recommended to industry that we self-organize around different problem sets that the DoD faces and start presenting innovative solutions to those problems. Now, Deloitte in part has already started to do this through our AI applications or AI exploration lab down on the 5th floor here, where we have partnered with several small businesses where we look to develop technology solutions to some of the problems that warfighters currently face. So I also encourage you to either grab myself or any of my colleagues from Deloitte to talk about your companies and the solutions that you're trying to provide over the next 3 days. And finally, I would say that as the DoD starts focusing more on strategic competition, the different problems that they face and the complexities of those problems are exponentially increasing. And I would argue that the technological rate of change that underlies those problems is faster than it's ever been. So it's a very exciting time, and I would say a very crucial time to be involved in the defense space. And what you're going to be exposed to here in the next 3 days at Defense Academy will go a long way to prepare you to start doing business with the Department of Defense. I'd like to thank you for coming out. I hope you have a great day and enjoy Defense Academy.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. I do appreciate that. Awesome what Deloitte is doing with a lot of our small business vendors and what they're doing to help national security and the technologies that we need to bring forward from our entrepreneurs to really kind of move things forward. Thank you, Erica. In the space of defense innovation. So right now, I think we're going to get started right away with, come on stage. Michael Pillar. He's actually an old colleague and a great friend of mine. Thank you, Michael, for coming online and supporting us in Defense Academy. So we're going to start our first panel track, which coincidentally we're going to do together, right? So we're going to take the next hour and 20 minutes. We're going to have a break in between, for a quick bio break, and then we'll come back on. But what we're going to talk about is contracting 101. So I'm going to introduce Michael Pillar. Again, right now, he is a lead for RapidX, if you guys have heard that online and here in the audience. So very, very great organization. And also, he's the lead advisor to the SAF AQC, or the Secretariat in charge of contracting for the United States Air Force. He provides a lot of the business advice, not only to them, but also to our AFWorks partners as well. So without further ado, let's get Contracting 101 started.
Hey, thanks, Jorge. Thanks for having me. Thanks to the Capital Factory for hosting this and the opportunity to talk with the small business, but also allow us an opportunity to sort of reach out our hand and let everybody know sort of what the assets are that are at your disposal from the Air Force, at least.
Awesome. That is awesome.
So today we're just going to go over pretty much what the agenda is showing here. A little bit of an intro, some simple tips just right up the gate. Keep your guys' interest, presentation goals of really what we're trying to get after, as well as just, you can read it, don't want to insult your intelligence, but most importantly, I want to make sure that everybody understands sort of what those pitfalls are when we talked about that non-dilutive capital. So Jorge, I know that you've already sort of given an intro on me, but contracting officer for 13 years. They got me right out of graduate school, so I've been a pure civilian this entire time. And don't know anything else other than Air Force acquisitions, which is pretty exciting. But how many years, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I have over 21 years of Air Force acquisition contracting officer experience.
So almost 50 years. Well, rough math.
Yeah, rough math. A little shorter than that, but
Sure.
plenty of years of experience here.
Yeah, lots of experience from a contracting standpoint, which is good because you always want to hear when people are talking really what their credentials are. So I think it's important, especially when it comes down to something as tricky as federal acquisitions. Speaking of something as tricky as federal acquisitions, I wanted to just sort of lay it out and say, hey, from a small business standpoint, so my involvement with the innovation ecosystem has been relatively limited. It's been sort of short. It's about 2 years I've been in this space. But most importantly, working with the small businesses and trying to be a conduit of information for AFWorks. I've noticed a few things when it comes down to the small businesses. So if you wouldn't mind, I want to share some just real quick high-level steps. Whenever stepping into a new arena, you always want to do your research. And I put that pro tip in there. The internet is undefeated. There's so much information out there that most people don't really know how to search for. Hopefully we're able to give you a little bit of insight on that. Step 2 is understanding the players. So I got hired with shoulder length long hair. I thought it was going to be like a 6-month gig. I was actually trying to figure out how to become a touring band member again. That's a true story.
Actually, I just, breaking in here a little bit. Truth be told, I actually knew Michael when he came in as an intern to the United States Air Force. I was actually about 11 years in myself, and I saw him with the long hair. So out in Dayton, Ohio, pretty interesting, kind of where the future has taken us, right?
Yeah. And with that said, a lot has changed. My hair has gotten shorter, and I think I've gotten a little bit wiser. At least that's what the gray in my beard is supposed to signify. So at the end of the day, I didn't understand really what was happening in the Air Force or the federal acquisitions and environment period. I didn't really know who the movers or shakers were. I didn't understand who the target rich opportunity groups were that actually had decision making authority and teeth and budgets. So understanding who those people are, understanding that when you meet an end user, a maintainer, understanding really what their role is in an environment that you're operating in now, and understanding sort of what their capabilities are as far as being able to pursue budgets or get something appropriated. Step 3 is know the basics of how to build your own proposal. We've seen a lot of what we're calling the growth of the cyber cottage industry, as is what I'm trying to coin it as. But essentially, small businesses that don't know how we've made it so cumbersome and so trying sometimes to actually submit a proposal correctly. Because even if you submit a proposal in response to a cyber open call, if you have one thing wrong, your proposal is now dismissed, which is super frustrating because that does take a lot of time to build. Plus, it's exciting for that business. So understanding how to build your proposal and how to submit to solicitations is important. And then remaining cognizant of everything that's happening from a fiduciary standpoint in the United States government. Super volatile. I don't think there's been a year in the past decade that we haven't had CRA, continuing resolution, because the budget hasn't been passed. So understanding sort of what that is, and then making sure that you understand what the government point of entry is, the sam.gov, in case you're not aware of that.
Let's go back. Let's go back to that past slide. So I want to break it down because we got a little bit of time, right? And there's a lot of folks here, not only in the audience, but also online, that may have never really done business with the government. And these pro tips are really, really important. So let's take a step back and kind of dissect that a little bit. When you say, let's do the research, you know, from the experience that you and I have, and you say the internet is undefeated, what would you, let's expound on that. For a small business looking in and they've never sold to the government, why would the internet be undefeated in that virtue?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. The reason why I put it up there is because literally the amount of information that organizations that are trying to reach this demographic of, you know, the non-traditional, non-standard, emergent tech industry businesses, startups, they put all this information out there and really people don't know where to go get it. So a simple search using your favorite search engine, we won't name one or the other, but at the end of the day, you go and do that thing and you search for specific topics and you have to know really what to start looking for. So once again, understanding those players. AFWorks, if you're trying to do business with the United States Air Force and there is something that they want to pursue, they are not shy about keeping that information to themselves. So that's why I say the internet is undefeated. You can go out there, search whatever you need to, as long as you know sort of the right words.
No, that's really good. And that's just a, you know, kind of part of my experience as well. A lot of people say after 21 years, how is it that you become kind of a contracting ninja or an acquisitions ninja? And to me, it's, I've always told not only the troops that were under me, you know, and when we were working together, doing some great things in the Air Force, it's not about just reading the federal acquisition regulations, which is, you know, a vast book with a lot of authorities in there. And it's very daunting when you first look at it. But, you know, truth be told, the internet is your friend, right? There's a lot of things that you can find that are actually distilled down to very layman's terms when it comes to things that you see in the federal acquisition. So pro tip on there, using the internet, using a search engine. If you see a contract clause, just, you know, preface it with FAR, F-A-R, and the clause. And more likely than not, you're going to find a lot of different subject matter experts within the field that have actually provided some Rosetta Stoning, as I like to say, translating of what that particular FAR part means, you know, what you should be doing next, and maybe what kind of questions you should be asking when those types of topics come up apart. So, you know, that's definitely a pro tip. After 21 years, it's like even I, having done contracting so much, I still use Google and really go down and really kind of dig down to see what others have already done. So don't recreate the wheel where it doesn't need to be recreated, really.
No, that's a great point.
Yeah. So let's also look at, there's a couple other things here. Understanding the players. That is something that, you know, when I started, so, you know, I was on AFWorks and RapidX for about 3 years before coming on Capital Factory. So I really, understanding the players was a really big part of what I needed to help our startups and our founders really understand. And I think right now, from what I'm seeing here now in my position as, you know, the Director for Center Defense Innovation, is that there's still a little bit of a kind of misunderstanding of who the real players are when it comes to, you know, working with the federal government. So when federal contracting, it's not for the faint of heart, you know, it's totally true. What players are really ideal for these founders to really look for when they're embarking on this journey? Let's just say they're starting today. Who are the players that they really should be looking for right now so they don't waste time talking to the wrong people?
And actually, we're going to get into the tech readiness levels later on, but it depends, right? So ultimately, if you have a mature tech that's already commercially viable, you're at a different TRL level than somebody that is, here's a notion and an idea and a code, and I don't really know how it fits into everything. You might need somebody at more at the, what they call the tactical level. So the day in, day out, you know, workers will, and not blue collar, but just people that are out there doing the job has an issue. those are the ones that you're going to want to work with, because ultimately they're going to be the solution needers, I guess. So the requirement owners is what we usually call them. Versus we have a commercial tech, it's viable, it's able to be applied to a system, incorporated into a platform, a program of record immediately. You're going to be wanting to talk to a little bit higher level. So the program executive offices, the special program offices, people that have these budgets that have already been appropriated. So that's another thing, is understanding really who makes the budget, how priorities are sort of stacked and racked, and then more importantly, how do you make a case for your organization based off of the people that you're bringing in. I do not, and this is something that I want to make sure I don't get my contracting officer club card taken away from me, but essentially I don't recommend cold calling generals or paying generals to go call a general. That never works out the best, but most importantly, it comes across as almost like a shopping opportunity. And in our career field specifically, we're trying to break a stigma where it's been very risk averse for a bunch of years. And so for us to start talking with small businesses without having a requirement in hand, that's counter to what we've been taught in the Air Force Acquisition Corps for so long, is we are requirements based. We can't start talking to anybody until we have a requirement. Well, at the end of the day, Air Force does have a requirement, because they're saying, just give us your solutions. Now, what do we do with those solutions? We have to have a way of proliferating out what's in the stock, so they don't just sit on the shelf and collect dust. So a long way of saying it depends on who those players are, but most importantly, understanding a contracting officer is the only one that's legally allowed to obligate taxpayers' dollars in support of an Air Force or DoD mission. So if you're not talking to the contracting officer, sometimes you might be missing the boat completely, because people that are turning wrenches, they have a different, I always tell people the division of labor is one of the things that makes America really great. My garbage man is not my doctor for a very specific reason, and I wouldn't want them that way. Well, that's the same reason why I don't change tires on a plane, and they don't do contracts. We have highly specific roles and responsibilities that are vital for us to understand the ins and outs. So understanding really what those roles are.
Yeah, and that's really great point. Just knowing the player, and it really, to kind of really sum that up, is, yes, it's good to find a champion that needs your product. I mean, that's important. You need to find those types of people, network. It's not necessarily the general, because the general is not the one with the need. I mean, the general is answering the call for his troops, but he might not actually be experiencing the need himself. So he also becomes a champion of the champion, right? And that comes in time. But really, when you boil it down and you have a good champion or a person who's down at the end user state, they're going to be your biggest champion, but then they have to bring to the table their contracting officer. And that's really kind of the underlining message that we have here is, as you founders find opportunity and find people to champion your particular product or solution that you want to provide as you enter the government or federal acquisition arena, you need to make sure that you quickly pivot and ask the question pointedly, who is your contracting officer? Because those are the people who can really help pave the way and create and really inform the go-to market strategy that you as a startup are going to need to understand when you're going to market to the federal government. And we're going to have some panels here later today that are going to talk a little bit more about, or not, in fact, not today, tomorrow. They're going to talk a little bit about go-to market strategy in the federal space. So really interesting topic. So the last thing I want to do before we move on is really knowing the basics of how to build your proposal. I mean, that is extremely important, Michael. So obviously a lot of startups here are only 2 or 3 deep, and they probably don't have a proposal writing shop. In fact, writing a proposal from the commercial sector to the government could be very daunting. It could be a little different. Now, I know the SBIR program, which we'll also talk about later today with another panel, has found ways to simplify that process to make it a little bit easier for entrepreneurs to actually propose and get non-dilutive capital, which is a great move that Army and Air Force have been pushing forwards, and they're continually focusing on how they can better that program and make it easier. But aside from those programs, and when you're only 1 or 2 deep, what would you advise our founders to do to help them build proposals and know that they're not in it alone? Like, what resources are out there?
Sure. No. So first off, and I want to make sure that everybody understands, the network that everybody has here at the Capital Factory with mentors and the amount of contracts and involvement with the defense industry or the DoD from an acquisition standpoint, there is probably somebody amongst you that understands enough to be dangerous. So starting to reach out and say, hey, how did you even start this process? That's always a good start. Also, there's something called these, so they are funded through federal or state, but they're called Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, PTACs. If you're here in Austin, there's a big one in San Antonio. And if you need connections, but you can just Google that and say.
And they'll
like,
be
hey,
here tomorrow, actually.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect. Excellent segue. I did not know that. Or the small business office. You're a small business or a startup, or if you're not a small business, you could probably reach out just for the same kind of resources. However, that's also another opportunity.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, that's great. There's a lot of resources out there, again, that can help you do that. We have several, again, on the opportunities section on Friday. We're going to have some other opportunities that of resources that can help you so you're not navigating this alone. So if you do want to jump into the federal space, know that there are people that can help. Obviously their services, they provide different levels of expertise and different levels of entry, right, in order to do that. But to know that there's plenty of resources, the federal government with the SBA and the PTACs, again, they're going to be here, I believe, tomorrow, and they're going to provide a lot of great free resourcing and information and connection across the community of people who can actually help you build out proposals as you enter maybe your first opportunity for traction with non-dilutive capital. All right, so moving on. Let's, what do we got next?
Yeah, so we're not going to make experts out of you guys. There's just not enough time. And the reason why I say that is because this is a real thing. So this is the acquisition lifecycle map, and it is small and large and sort of intimidating.
Get my magnifying glass.
Yeah, and it goes horizontal as well as vertical, and but this is actually simplified from 4 years ago. So to find this, all you have to Google is Defense Acquisitions Lifecycle Wall Chart. That is the real title, wall chart. And that's exactly what it is. It prints off in like 17 different pages. Yeah. So this is the reason why you won't be an expert, because after 13 years, I will never say that I am an expert on everything federal acquisitions related. However, I do know enough to say that this is just unbearable when you stare at it for too long. So the oversimplification of that is it's basically the DoD's acquisition process is broken down into 3 simple steps, which is first, they identify the need. And that's where what they call the JSIDS program is used. So that's the Joint Capabilities Integration Development System. And that's a process used for identifying requirements for warfighters. Now, it's a little bit different when you're talking about like the small business or emergent tech, because we really don't have anything that's established when it comes down to, we need the newest of the new. Well, that's really not a mission set or a requirement. Like, we just need all the new stuff in set, AFWorks and their role in the ecosystem. So anything you want to say about like the first step as far as identifying the need?
Well, when it comes to the you guys saw that daunting chart just a second ago. When we're talking about new acquisitions and what founders are bringing, you got to understand that in that large chart, that need is typically seen when you're going to be part of a large, what we call large weapon systems. So very complex requirements. For example, you're buying a brand new bomber or fighter, which was our world for many years, right? You're going to have to establish that need. I need a new type of bomber that can do X, Y, or Z. And kind of an interesting part of this, to bring a little history to it, actually, if you go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the museum, you can see the first contract for the first aircraft that the military bought from the Wright brothers, right? The military flyer. And when you look at the contract that's actually under glass, I always use that as almost a compass for myself to say, how can I keep it and bring in a new military aircraft as simply as the Wright brothers did? Because when you look at the acquisition process that they were taking, it almost looks like what we have in OTA today, right? It's supposed to be simple. It's only like 3 pages long. And it really tells you what, how high it needed to go, how fast it needed to go, how far it needed to go. And that was the requirement they put out there. That was the need, the established need that was put out by the federal government for something they didn't know anything about, right? So when we're talking about the need, yes, you will encounter large requirements that are very, very complex for things that they specifically know that they need to get to. But what you're seeing right now, I think, is when they're establishing the need, and I know that the J-Rock came here a few months ago, and they started to see that we need to get back to kind of the basics. I would almost, encourage everybody to go back to the initial needs document for the military flyer to show, again, speed, distance, right, and altitude. And that was really the basic need that needed to be accomplished. And obviously, we know that the Wright brothers were able to meet that. They already had the flyer proven out, and they were basically in prototype mode, and they went out to just improve it for the military, right? And then from there, fast forward, a lot of different companies started doing the same thing, and then you started creating competition, and we went from thousands of aircraft manufacturers now to, maybe a couple that we have now. But you can see kind of the life cycle, what happened in that industry. And when we talk about establishing need, it's really important that our founders understand what need they want to really cover. So part of that, doing your research, getting to know the stakeholders in the military and understanding the need will definitely go a long way as to whether you're going to have to embark on a journey of figuring out a very complex thing, or if you really want to cover down and provide a solution for an end state, much like what was originally done with the original Wright flyer. So really important to understand that need and how to identify that need before you even embark talking to people and champions, because that will put you in better footing to better navigate the acquisition cycle.
And Jorge, you bring up a great point about understanding sort of what the need is and aligning it with some sort of strategic initiative. That is honestly the best way to go about thinking of your tech or your solution in context with what is like the bigger scheme of things. How do I fit into the larger puzzle? That's always a question that people have to ask and say, okay, well, we do this one specific thing, we make this one widget, great. What does that do for the warfighter, right? Like that's understanding that. So if you Google national defense strategy, starting off with these core documents that are at such a high level, understanding sort of what those initiatives are, because that's sort of a signaling pattern of the DoD is to put out these strategic initiatives, and then people sort of have to follow them blindly because there really isn't that much insight onto it. The one thing I want to bring up is, and it's so funny that you bring up the Wright flyer and the first contract. Did you know that the first contract for the Wright flyer was actually not with the United States?
I had heard that, yes.
Yeah. So the French actually had an agreement with the Wright brothers 3 years before the American government had an agreement with the Wright brothers. And I brought this up at a conference, the worldwide conference that I was speaking at. And the truth is I can't imagine what the United States Air Force would be like if the birthplace of aviation was in Paris, France. You see what I'm saying? Honestly, like it's sort of profound, but most importantly, it highlights the fact that we have, as a collective federal government, have not been awesome at being astute with what comes with this emergent tech. We need storytellers to come into the DoD and explain to them why this is an important thing. And when you have that conviction and that experience and that understanding of your specific solution in context that they're going to understand, it does help quite a bit align people.
And you know what, that you bring up a really great point. I love military history, aviation history, but as an entrepreneur, and this is my message to you guys, it takes grit. And if you look at American history of who our entrepreneurs and pioneers have been, you look at the Wright brothers, and it took grit for them to actually get the first contract for the heavier than air flying machine. That's what they call it, right? The airplane. And the interesting thing is that they had a lot of people don't know that after, like, it was like almost 2 years, almost 2 years after they had flown at Kitty Hawk, where it made the papers, that they were actually knocking at the door at the Army Signal Corps saying, hey, we've got a great technology for you. And they wouldn't believe it, because the federal government at the time was spending equivalent of millions of dollars down in Langley with Samuel Langley, who was the preeminent kind of science and researcher of the time for aviation, to get the military flyer out, right? Or get that heavier than air fly machine actually working. And lo and behold, the grit that entrepreneurs had, the Wright brothers, eventually took them all the way to Paris, France, like you said. And it wasn't until they were on the ship going to Paris, France, I think it was Orville, I think is going to France at the time, that they got the message from the U.S. government saying, we're interested. So not to scare you with the daunting, like, going back to the slides, we got to identify the need, establish that budget, and acquire the system. It's a long process, but this is not a new problem. We've had this problem since back in the early 1900s. And if it's not for the grit and the perseverance of the entrepreneur, we wouldn't be where we are today. So let that be just kind of a way to inspire you to say, even though you're going to go through a rough process sometimes will be easier. Just keep going, because you will see light at the end of the tunnel. And we would not be, as a humanity, we would not be where we're at today if it wasn't for the grit of the entrepreneur.
I know, excellent point. My one thing that I want to say about the identifying the need and talking about really how you align with the strategic thing is, without that one functional piece, you're just another great idea. And I think that when you build a purpose around something that's a strategic initiative, it's really easy for people to comprehend. Plus, leaders really love hearing their words said back to them because they feel like they've been heard. It's a quick ego stroke for them. They're like, "Oh, you read it," and it's like, "Yeah, it's boring," and then you move on. But the truth is having them hear that helps out quite a bit. The establishing the budget. If you don't know about the Cold War era budgeting process for the United States, that's a real thing. It's still in existence, and it is a leviathan. It is nothing short of impressive how bureaucratic it is. Might be worth your investigation, and then acquiring the system. So after everything is done, so that's the oversimplification of it. Now, I wanted to get into something, a little bit of fiscal law before we start, but purpose, time, and amount
important
is our three legs of the stool, if you will, when it comes to finances in the United States government. So there's these things called, appropriation categories, or they call them the colors of money. They usually are fixed with some random assignment of numbers, depending on what DoD branch you work with or federal agency branch you work with. But the 5 general concepts and categories are right up there. Once again, I'm not going to insult your intelligence, but each one of them has a unique purpose. And the reason why is because of that, the fiscal law aspects of it. It's called the Misappropriation Act. You're not allowed to use funding for the wrong types of, or for a different type of service, supply, whatever the case may be.
So bringing it down to, if you got a household budget, you've got so much for lawn maintenance at your house, and you got so much for groceries. Unless you're about to go hungry, you're not going to use your lawn money for the groceries, basically, right?
Correct. And more importantly, to add some dramatics to it, if you decided that you wanted to use that budget, you actually lost future budgets and maybe a hand. So at the end of the day, no, not really. But at the end of the day, like the federal government is highly protective over those pieces. That is a pillar for the fiscal law piece. But RDT&E is a big one. That's actually the start of our discussion from the non-dilutive capital piece. Just wanted to give a real quick overview of what those 5 buckets look like, and then some explanations on what they're used for. So this is honestly, and all of these things I put down the source so you can go and find them. But from a contracting officer standpoint, this is an exciting graphic, and I don't know if that makes me a nerd or...
Yeah, it makes us a nerd.
Okay, very
for
good.
sure.
Because most people would be like, that it doesn't mean anything to me, man. And it's like, you're probably right, but most importantly, it's so exciting to see something visually appealing for me, because the United States federal government doesn't typically look at like graphic design when they start. They're like, hey, what would look decent, you know?
If there
it's like,
any
well,
graphic designers out there, please let us know.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, like, this is pretty good for a bunch of rubes that are sitting there trying to make uninteresting things cool. So, but this is cool. And the reason why is because it shows the different contracting methods that are available. So if you want to think of this as a toolbox, it's really important that small businesses understand exactly how to get their product onto contract. And there are things that are listed in statute and code and the regulations, so FAR based. And then there's things that are a little bit outside of that, so non-FAR based, and that's where those other transactions, R&D agreements, those kinds of things exist. Anything you want to say about this one specifically?
Actually, I do, because just for the audience and those online as well, I want to kind of tie this a little bit together. So when you look at the previous slide that we had with the appropriations and the colors of money, you see the 5 different buckets that typically you're going to see. Now you see this contracting cone with FAR and non-FAR based. There is a correlation between those buckets of money and FAR-based contracts and the types that you can use, and also non-FAR-based. So this is where you start getting into kind of like the ninja, right? Like if you're a contracting ninja, you really understand, which again, after 21 years, always got to go back and reference what the government means with stuff. But being a contracting ninja, really, that's why the contracting officer is so important to be part of your ecosystem when you're getting into the federal space and actually trying to get contracts with the government. Because understanding that correlation between the appropriation, the type of money that your champion or your potential end user has availability to, right, or access to, and also how it's going to be executed under whether it's a FAR base or non-FAR base actually has a lot of correlation. And if you don't have basically a connection between the kind of money that you have and the authority that's being exercised to get you on contract, then you're now at a barrier. You got to figure out how to overcome that, and that could take time, right? So I think it's really important for our entrepreneurs and the founders to know that when you get to know your end user and you bring in the contracting officer, that the conversation about contracting authority, that you could see different authorities here in this contracting cone, that allows us to put things, via different contract instruments, and the appropriations that are going to be tied to that actually have to be a conversation that starts to happen up front. Because if not, you're going to be putting a lot of time and effort for something that might actually not come to fruition. So really important to really get to know the contracting cone, those appropriations, and then have the contracting officer and the different resources we have, like the PTAX or RapidX or AFWorks, really help you to understand that before you embark on going too far down the road through an acquisition with an end user in the government.
No, great point. And then another thing to put on top of that is these are based off of the financial management regulations. So it's an entirely different group of books and volumes than what these are based off of, which is statute and US code, and more importantly, the FAR or their supplements. So it's important to understand that there is a little bit of, like, if you were to do a Venn diagram, there is a little bit of crossover when it comes to, like, okay, we want to do a CBIR phase 2. Well, those CBIR phase 2s, according to a policy directive, state that they can only be 3,600 funds, and it can only be in support of R&D, T&E mission. So at the end of the day, understanding that little bit so you can understand how to write your proposal better, number one, so you can pitch it to them and say, like, hey, actually, this is RDT&E based off of the definition. Here's the reasons why. Here's the stuff I'm going to need to get done. But most importantly, you understand what kind of funding your end users might have.
Very good.
Technology readiness level. So a little bit of an eye chart.
Another eye chart, man.
That's right.
The government loves
right.
eye charts.
Yeah,
I guess we all have 2020.
Yeah, I think because they want you to print these on, like, large format. So once again, this could be like a poster. But this is actually a more attainable thing. And I want to sort of walk through this because we're going to talk more about the non-dilutive capital piece, but most importantly, so you can take sort of an inventory on your own tech, your own company, understanding where your TRL levels are, and then what opportunities might be most appropriate. That's something that we want to sort of kick off. So Jorge, anything that you want to say about this before we get into the actual, we're going to go into the onesies.
Well, this is where it comes back down to the founder, right? Understanding yourself, knowing yourself. So before you embark on coming into the federal government and say, hey, I'd love to sell you my solution, really understand where you sit with your personal solution, right, that you want to bring to the government. Understanding what technical readiness level. So that's a Rosetta Stone saying, where's your technology at right now? Is it at the very nascent stage where it's still an idea or a concept that you want to flesh out? Or is it a product that you've already helped establish and it's already gotten traction commercially? You have it packaged, it's delivering. That's a higher TRL level, right? So understanding where you sit in that nexus, right, between concept and idea and a commercial product that you can actually sell really depends on how you're going to enter the system. So I'd like to say, just as you look at this and everybody in the audience, you look at this slide and what it's defined as, understand where you fit. So basically take a step back before you approach the government and really know in your go-to-market strategy as to where you fit in your technical readiness level, because that's going to help shape the narrative as to how you approach the government and what office you approach. Because you can't just go to any office and just go to any of these levels. You know, most of the offices are super busy and they're going to say, hey, I don't deal with that. See you later. So understanding where you're at, I think it's going to help you, again, not only with your narrative on how you approach the government and what office that you get to, but also to really kind of explain to yourself what types of programs can I go after in the federal government, be it AFWorks, be it AFRL, be it Air Force Lifecycle Management Center, or even a higher level type of enterprise sourcing area. It all really kind of comes down to where you're at the TRL level. So thanks for that.
Yeah, no, and we'll just kick it off with some Civer Sitter overviews. Just to let everybody know, I'm a contracting officer, obviously. I've said that numerous times, but I am also just a very big fan of words on slides. So I apologize about that. But the one thing that I wanted to highlight we're going to go over Cibers, CSOs, and then challenges and prizes, just from a more in the weeds level. But I wanted everybody to understand sort of what the layout is. Authority is of the most importance when it comes down to talking to people that have not had their feet in the innovation ecosystem when it comes from acquisition side. So without me being here in Austin and meeting Jorge and being a part of RapidX, I just would not be aware of anything when it comes down to the innovation side. I was working major weapon platforms. I was working operational contracting out in Hawaii. I was working, basement programs in DC. Like there's a lot of things I did do with the exception of research and development. So R&D contracting. And just to give you some demographics, there's 470,000 people in the United States Air Force. About 8,000 of those 470,000 are contracting professionals. And out of those 8,000, approximately 500 have warrants. So that's a really small number of people that are actually able to sign contracts. But we have billions of dollars worth of our budget every year to expend.
Yeah, that's really important that you bring up too, like the point of who can actually sign a contract. Because the people who can sign a contract are the ones that can negotiate the terms of your contract. So a lot of times, just again, some of the pro tips, right? Having worked in this with our founders for the last 3 years, is just because you're talking to somebody inside the government doesn't mean they have the authority to actually bind the government or sign or negotiate a contract. So it's very important. Again, I want to underline this for everybody here in the audience and also online. Know who you're talking to after you make that first interaction, that relationship, because they're important. Everybody in this tree is important, but to understand who has implied versus express authority is extremely important. Now, we're going to have Alan Apple later here with GovCon. He's a government contracting attorney who can talk about and answer questions about implied or express authority. But so I'm not going to dive into that right now, but it's really it's a term of art that's used within the government contracts of people who, if you just wear the uniform, you have implied authority. So in the federal government, if you go to somebody and they've got the badge or they got a common access card that says DOD, they have implied authority that they can represent the government, but that doesn't mean that they have the express authority to bind the government, which means actually negotiate and sign that contract. So I would write that down, implied and express authority. And as you guys actually start to interact with different members in the government, understand where the authorities lie in there, whether it's implied or express. And to make it very easy for you, only the contracting officer, it's in their title, not contract specialist, not acquisition manager, not program manager. It's contracting officer. Every service is the same. They have the express authority to sign and negotiate that contract. So when you get to that point, know that you're talking to the right people.
And so to your point, going back to my original thought, the reason why I made these slides in hopes that maybe we can spread them out. If everybody wants to use them, they can. But at the end of the day, it's enough to be dangerous. But when you're talking to a contracting office that does not have any idea, okay, you're a small business that just got a phase 2. What does that mean to me? Well, the next stage would be a SBIR phase 3, and you already have an end user that's aligned with that supporting contracting office. Long story short is they're going, okay, well, how do we get you on contract? They're going to ask that question. To sit there and not have an answer is the worst thing you can do. So to understand sort of what your authorities are, the opportunities that exist as a result of you participating in the SBIR sitter program, that is worth its weight in gold. So spend a little time understanding sort of what the phases are and all that fun stuff, but most importantly, what that authority is. That's why I put it on each one of these slides. So the program objectives, pretty simple. It's a small business program. That's why it's ran by the Small Business Administration. And its hopes of getting and retaining research and development contracts. So number one, Jorge had actually introduced me to this ideology, but the emergent and non-standard or non-traditional tech industry is not a part of our domain. Like when we talk about how we're supporting or how we're defending, when you hear the United States Air Force's, their domain, it's, air, well, it used to be airspace and cyberspace. Now it's just, I think it's still all three. It's just like,
It's all three.
Yeah,
I don't think
sure.
we've given it up.
Sure, they're still in space. They're still in the space digs, even though we have a space force. But at the end of the day, that's not including any sort of like. Once again, this is a requirements-based idea where we have a platform. We need to drop a bomb that weighs 20 million pounds. Well, at the end of the day, we've heard it so many times. Actually, in fact, from Fed Supernova alone, I heard it. I stopped count, but. The next war won't be with bombs and guns. It's going to be with information, it's going to be with economics, and it's going to be with diplomatic. Like those are your three instruments that you're going to be seeing quite a bit. How do we start looking at and posturing ourselves in a counter-offensive way from an acquisition standpoint and understanding how to deal with that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's where it comes back down. What does that all mean? Again, to our founders and entrepreneurs in the audience, it means that more than ever, okay, the U.S. federal government, that's why we have AFWorks, we have Army Futures Command, Army Applications Lab, we have NGA, all here in Austin trying to find a way to connect to the emergent industry sector. Now, again, understanding your different TRL levels, like we've talked about, really will dictate which office and when and how you're going to approach the government. And that's what we're going to help, distill that with the next 3 days is, where do you sit there, and then hopefully give you some information of who's the best person to come into. But really what it comes down to it's the U.S. government needs the American entrepreneur right now. The idea that we can go it alone with the traditional methods that the U.S. government has been doing to find new technologies with only solely relying on the independent research of our prime contractors is no longer the key to success. Prime contractors are going to be still very important, and many times you will see your new technology develop to a point where you will have to partner with a large prime contractor. But and that also is a culture that's changing because they are now a lot of our partners, like Deloitte, like Northrop Grumman, like various other players that are primes here within Capital Factory and outside of Capital Factory are finding ways to better integrate with the small business entrepreneur so they can bring and accelerate their technologies to the needs of the American warfighter. So, yeah.
Now, of vital importance out of what you said is the idea that, number one, our defense industrial base, so the DIB is what they refer to it as, it's been shrinking since 1974. So it went from 260 known contractors that support the defense industry to, I think we're down to 7. That's how much consolidation has been. So with that being said, if anything was learned from the coronavirus, the most disruptive time in our lives is we have to start looking at our chains of supply. How do we make sure that we keep those pipelines open? How do we build out that infrastructure? How do we support the development of something like that? That has been one of the keystones for the SBIR program, which I switched over to the next slide, which is a real quick overview of each one of the phases. I'm not sure how familiar everybody is, but there are 3 phases to the SBIR program, and there's dollar amounts that are akin to each one of them.
Let's go a little bit through that, a little
Sure.
deep dive into that, since a lot of the founders that are here and online might not have seen our SIBR programs before.
Yeah, absolutely. So your phase one is essentially what they call like a white paper, your feasibility study. Yeah, it's as a result of the SIBR program lists, and you can go to sibr.gov. They essentially post these, what they call calls. So it can be a solicitation from the broad agency, from a broad agency announcement or a commercial solutions opening, which we'll go over here in a second. But essentially they say, hey, depending on what your branch is or who's looking for what, they will say, we want a solution, provide us, your white paper not to exceed 15 pages, and it has to explain how it aligns with this initiative. That's essentially what that phase one is. And
now are all the services the same with that phase one or phase two or phase three?
No. And that's where it's becoming a little bit more evident that we're trying to make things a little bit more streamlined. At least AFWorks started off with doing a decreased number of pages and, really just get me the meat and potatoes versus all the frills. And then that is a critical part of all of this, because number one, if you don't have a purpose and you're not aligned with something strategic, chances are it just might fall on deaf ears. And we've seen that happen a few times where there was a few companies that submitted their phase ones. They weren't picked up for a phase two. They were picked up for a phase three, because you can do that. Once you're awarded a SIBR phase one, the authority allows you to go to a SIBR phase three. But the fact is that phase two piece sort of they just existed. They didn't have any sort of recurring revenue, which is a huge problem when it comes to small businesses and startups, because you need that cash constantly coming in. The one thing that is exciting from a SIBR standpoint is it's a lump sum payment after the deliverable is received. And then they stagger these releases for these open topics in a manner that it's enough time for you submit your first one, your phase one, and then the phase two solicitation should be coming out open topic style, just short of like 3 months later. And then from there, they do the reviews and all that. So it ends up lining up pretty well for a full year worth of activity from your company standpoint.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I think what I want to do though is also, you got phase one, phase two, phase three. They're not necessarily sequential, just like you said. Phase one, you can win that phase one. And depending on where you're at in that TRL level and depending on what champions you find within the federal government, you can really determine whether the next logical step is to compete for a phase two, really to help scale your technology. But if you're high enough in your TRL levels, you might actually have the opportunity to get a phase three directly without any competition. So that's a really interesting nuance that the SIBR program provides our entrepreneurs, that if you actually go in and just do some small tweaks of development into your product, let's say you have a commercial, U.S. government uses dual use commercial product, meaning you can take your particular solution, do some maybe additional development or research on that product to get it to a dual use state. Then you can move it over, and with the right champion, with the right people inside the federal government backing, and obviously the appropriations being correct, you can then move directly to a phase three without any competition. So getting a phase one or a phase two contract allows you the added benefit to becoming a sole source vendor, because it's now your solution, proprietary, so you can scale that within the federal government. And so it's a very, very powerful tool. But like everything else, the tool's only good if you know how to use it, right? And that's where it's really important. I'm glad you put this chart up, because showing that the SIBR program is America's seed fund. In fact, if you go on the website for the SBA, SIBR, it's America's seed fund. And the whole purpose of phase one and that phase two and phase three is various agencies, DODs and others use this as a seed fund to help identify, further develop perhaps, and scale new technologies, new products, new solutions into the federal space.
Yeah, no. And when we talk about magnitude of like just what the opportunities are, I don't know AFWorks' this year total yet so far when it comes down to the phase ones, phase twos awards, but we're talking hundreds of actions that happen out of that organization on a yearly basis. They do a huge amount of work, but most importantly, the number of contracts is staggering. I think it's actually, if it's not the DOD's most, I know that their SIBR budget is almost $1 billion. It's like $915 million that they have to expend. So it's almost $1 billion just sitting there every year for the Air Force to go out and investigate what's happening in this ecosystem.
Let me give a little context to the audience too. I mean, before AFWorks came along, I mean, CyberSitter's been around for like 30 years now. Program started, I guess, in the early 82. And what happened is the idea of America's Seed Fund was always to like fill the pipeline. But then, obviously things get, checklist oriented, gets very kind of parochial and transactional inside the government. It's just a natural progression of bureaucracy. And the Air Force was really using about 20% of its total budget for the seed fund that they would get every single year. And I can only speak to the Air Force. I'm not sure what the other services are, but I think their numbers were actually pretty low too. So it was really an opportunity to flip the script on that program and bring it back so Air Force, what they did and what Army is doing as well is kind of flipping the script to bring that back and make it a little bit more practical in terms of finding that new technology and getting it integrated and funded as America's Seed Fund. So the opportunity is there. I know for a fact that Capital Factory here with the last Cyber Accelerator, we helped about 30 companies, and the Cyber Accelerator before that, we helped another 20 companies. So the success rate of those companies going through the accelerators, which will walk you through these phase 1 and phase 2, just with additional help and coaching, has been around 30 to 50%, just kind of depending on the tech area that you're working in specifically. So it's not a daunting process. There is some strategy behind how you best use Cyber, and it's something that's definitely coachable, and you can use the ecosystem, be it Capital Factory or others that we have across the space here in defense innovation, be it AFWorks AL, their own organic capability, the PTAX, et cetera. They're here to help you. And like I said, as we kind of go through the day, you're going to meet different stakeholders in this process that can help you basically Rosetta Stone and translate the different steps that you're going to be taking so you can increase your success opportunity with this type of program.
I mean, the truth is, and this is something that I always sort of champion the most, is I'm a big fan of OPM, other people's money. So whenever I don't have to use my own budget for something and I'm able to use somebody else's, that's a goodness for me. Like, I'll be honest with you. I don't know if anybody else shares my affinity for not spending my own money, but the fact is the United States government is no different. The CyberSitter program, it is funded with funds that are already earmarked for them that year. So that means that no program can come in and swoop in and take $1 billion off of it. It exists solely for that purpose. And that's in your phase 1 and your phase 2. So that's another thing that's a selling point when you're talking to potential end users or requirement owners and saying, hey, for this first 2, all I need is you to tell me, how my tech could improve your situation or provide your solution. Don't worry about the budget, that's covered if we get selected. Those are important talking points because a lot of the end users, once again, they know how to do everything. They have to change oil on a plane. I've never done that before, but I can tell you how hard it is to do the budgeting process. So at the end of the day, that's one thing they don't have to worry about. It's one thing that you've alleviated their concerns on. So you're selling yourself to that and talking to your story. All right, so we talked and briefly about this. So solicitations. So hopefully everybody knows what a request for proposal is or a solicitation is and where to find them, what to do with them when you are made aware of them. But a solicitation.
Let's assume that they don't right now. Like these BAAs, where would they find that at?
Yeah, so once again, you can go to a few different places. So if you go to cyber.gov, they do have all of the SBA RAN topics, and that's for every DoD service. It's actually ran from the Office of the Secretary of Defense. So it's OSD level controlled program. It's a platform that they use. You can go there, keep your eyes posted on that. If you wanted to go to AFWorks website, afworks.af.mil, they also do a great job of their promotion and marketing of all of their different solicitations that are coming out. And then also, if you want to look at a little bit more in depth into the DoDX community, which AFWorks, RapidX, Army Futures Command. So we're all a part of this. DIU is an awesome group to work with. And most importantly, they do things a little bit differently than the Air Force when it comes down to how they solicit for their solutions.
Yeah, and I know we'll have an hour with the actual AFWorks and Army applications Cyber teams. that are going to be talking in depth into their programs specifically on how they operate and how you can navigate that and how you can contact them to get more kind of hands-on coaching for their particular nuances in their programs. So let's move on to CSO. That's another really great entry point that a lot of people don't know about. Tell us a little bit about the commercial solutions opening.
So yeah, this is the new kid on the block, if you will. So essentially back in 2017, it was put in the NDAA, National Defense Appropriations Act, for that year. They said, hey, we need the way for the department to get after innovative solutions, technologies, whatever the case may be. And we want to see if that impacts how quickly we can acquire things. So we're looking at those dual use, innovative solutions, things that are non-standard, non-traditional sources of supply or services.
Is there any development on these, or are these strictly higher on the higher TRL level? Like
higher on the TRL level, a little bit of development work is allowed. And then once again, this is a solicitation method. So I sort of highlighted it or underlined it there. When you're talking to contracting officers or anybody that understands what the acquisition process is, you want to make sure that you're speaking the jargon. But one of my biggest things that I keep on having to remind small businesses on is CSOs are not a contract vehicle. CSOs are a solicitation method, and that's where it's at. That's the authority, actually, when we talk about it. It's a solicitation method. It's how we get solicitations as a federal government into us based off of an area of focus. And Jorge, correct me if I'm wrong, man, but as far as like the CSOs, actually the insider baseball, Jorge was actually the first one to write a commercial solutions opening solicitation for the United States Air Force. And so as one of those people that sort of like, you know, I always say pioneers take all the arrows. One of the things I learned right away, because I had joined team just shortly after that, I always wondered this, but do you think they could have been rolled out differently? And do you think it would have been more successful if it was used in a different manner? Like say when they started using the CSOs on AFWERX solicitations for the CyberSitter program?
Well, I think personally, the commercial solutions opening, when I put that out, was really not really a vehicle for AFWERX or to doing Cyber and Sitter or anything like that. I think the commercial solutions opening is really, again, for that higher TR level. So you know, let me take a step back, my old hat, you know, in the Air Force, a lot of air bases. So a lot of air bases are going to be what constitutes your end user. So if you have like, for example, software as a service, or you have kind of a new AI application that you want to apply to some type of business system, or you have some hard tech, right, that's actually now getting commercial traction, and you want to sell that to an air-based wing. The air-based wings would be using the commercial solutions opening to be able to say, this is a need that we need in hard tech or soft tech that we'd like to integrate, but we don't really want to do too much development or development at all. We just want to be able to purchase what's on the cutting edge of the emergent industry. And that's where the CSO really comes in. And you know, when you look at sam.gov, which is where the federal government puts all the different solicitations for needs that they are, it's really good now to really hone in and actually put in the keywords commercial solutions opening, because that'll prop up all the things that don't require R&D, but are actual end states that they're looking for. Just like, you know, let's go back to when the Wright brothers, we put out the solicitation for something that goes this far, this fast, and this high. They're basically saying the same thing under a commercial solutions opening is, we need that commercial technology that can go this far, this high, this fast, in very simple terms, and then seeking people that can just, again, sell directly to those air-based wings using the budgets that they have, which the reason we do that is because they mainly have operations and maintenance budget, which is not R&D, you know, basically. So commercial solutions opening, when I first put it out, was really with that spirit. In fact, when we did that, we were helping an air-based wing in Alaska and also an Air Education and Training Command bring the new tech that didn't need so much development, right? So there's that nuance. Again, knowing your TRL level and then knowing which solicitations to look for. So to just kind of recap, lower TRL levels, then you're using things like your CIBR and SITR programs. And we'll talk about challenges in just a minute, but to go in that entry point. And as you go higher in those TRL levels, you might start seeing opportunities to use, again, your SBIR phase 3s, or go directly into CSOs looking for those that are posted to say, hey, my technology has already grown to a point where I can actually sell outright to various wings or departments or whatnot, just commercially selling now to the government straight without any further development.
No, right. And I wanted to ask you that question because lately people have been asking me, like, the word innovative has been thrown around quite a bit, and it's been defined already for us. So with our absence of communication or any sort of vehicles or networking to actually say what we've been buying using CSOs, we've sort of painted ourselves into a corner a little bit in some respects from the DoD standpoint, because people that have been given, contracts underneath a CSO, well, they only meet that definition once, according to this. So at the end of the day, it's really tough to tell somebody. It's like, well, you already have a contract with the Army. It might be innovative to us, but really from the DoD standpoint, that is not the case, which is such a bummer. And there's going to be GAO case law based off of it at some point in time. I mean, like I said, pioneers take all the arrows.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I had forgotten about that. It's been a little while now since we did the first CSO. But as a founder, so to bring it back, it's to our entrepreneurs here in the audience, it's look at the application of your existing technology, process, or method is really what we're looking at in a CSO as to whether it's innovative or not. So to your point, CSO is meant to buy innovative technologies. It may or may have not been used, before in the commercial sector. If it's something new that's both new in the commercial sector and new to the government, then likely it's innovative, right? But now there's a gray line that a lot of people in government contracting and some of the legal egos are looking at it. Is, again, if the technology was used for the last 3 years in commercial sector, and now the government just wants to buy it, is it innovative? What I always looked at in the definition, and this is, again, my opinion, I'm no longer a contracting officer, so in my opinion, it's if it says in there very, very, very adroitly, if it's a new application of existing technology that's applied in a new way to use or to better the forces of America, right, to do our mission better, then you're using an innovative approach to maybe meet an old need, right? So there's latitude for interpretation, but what it really comes down to is when you're actually applying for these CSOs, it really comes down to the group of people who are going to be selecting that product, right? How are they interpreting the definition of innovation or innovative, which will come down to whether you're selected or not. So I think part of the cultural change management that's happening, Michael, I'm wrong, is to try and get basically a standardization of what innovative means, and then how that's applied across as a standard for federal acquisition, and hopefully with the CSO that can finally help put that to bed.
And honestly, Jorge, like, this is where I'm sort of going to pull on your experience, but for the founders and the small businesses that want to start looking at CSOs because their TRL level is higher, being able to how important is storytelling? Yes. when you come down to it, and selling your stuff, because ultimately it's my opinion that the more ammo you give somebody to use, chances are they're going to use it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, it comes to that back down to the grit and the creativity of the entrepreneur, right? You only know your product best. And if you know the need of the government, and you know that your product is a new approach to solving an old problem, or an existing problem that they use with different technology, then you could definitely, in ways of how you capture and how you create your go-to market message or strategy, you can really hone in on it is innovative, right? But the burden is really on the entrepreneur, and that's kind of the sad thing. It's the burden's not on the government to determine, is your product innovative? The burden is on you to say it's an innovative product or solution to an existing, an old, or a new problem that we're trying to accomplish. So to your point, Michael, you're absolutely right. And for everybody in the audience, there's a little bit of creativity that's going to have to go in there. So understanding these definitions, and then also getting your go-to market strategy really tight, and the reason, and then what problem that it's addressing through the innovation that you've just created is really key to really kind of breaking the first entry to barrier. The first barrier to entry that is set out in a commercial solutions opening.
And what a great segue, because the program objectives, and by the way, this is a pilot program. And what that means is that there's an expiration date. So it will fall off the face of the earth unless it's renewed here in next year. But it's supposed to end in September 30th of next fiscal year, so 2022. But essentially, there have been calls, just to let everybody, there have been calls as far as, hey, the DoD wants to know how successful the use of CSOs has been in trying to meet this objective of bringing in innovative solutions. The one thing that has been troubling is there's no accurate way of actually tracking, how a solution is actually implemented or applied. And that is something that has been somewhat of a concerning part of this is, this pilot program was meant to bring in commercial items for dual use, and we want to apply it. What's success look like? And for me, I think we rely too heavily on what we call antiquated vanity metrics, number of dollars expended, number of contracts awarded, versus technology implemented to increase speed or protection, cyber awareness. Like, those are next gen metrics that everybody else is thinking of except for the United States DoD. And they pay me every 2 weeks, so I love them. But at the same time, it's like you can love something and still want it to be better.
Awesome. Yeah.
So the challenges and prizes. So this is for that initial thing. I really don't have any experience in this, and I'm sort of in this. I'll be honest with you, Jorge. It's like, and over to you. But anything that you want to add on the challenges and prizes?
Yeah. So that's something that I know AFWorks used in their early days. But the Challenge and Prize Authority under 10 U.S.C. 237A is actually a very common tool that's used for founders to actually get a little bit of non-dilutive capital. The cool thing about the challenge and prize is that you're not really getting, it's more like you're getting a grant, you're getting a prize. So what's happening, so again, to kind of go back to the lower TRL levels, if you just have a concept in mind that you think would be viable, most likely you're going to get attention from the federal government by participating in a challenge. Now, I know Air Force has done some challenges. And what they'll do is they'll crowdsource ideas. They'll put out an ask. I know that the AFWorks team actually puts out periodic challenges for broad areas like microcircuits and semiconductors, right? We're crowdsourcing ideas of what's in the next gen right now, what's in the concept stage of that can potentially be integrated to solve X, Y, or Z end state type of solutions that they're looking for, right? So that's a really just interesting way to be able to not only be in a room with a lot of other entrepreneurs that are thinking like-minded for those types of solutions. So it's an opportunity in the challenges to get to know other entrepreneurs, to see what's actually happening from your potential partners, potential competitors, maybe potential, partners that you're going to create out of that. And then your solution, you start to kind of ideate with the government on what the current state of technology is in and where the government needs to do to help inform that potential requirement that we'll pull out, right out of the challenge series. Now, a lot of times what happens is you'll get, 30, 40, 50 entrepreneurs in a room, and then kind of ideas start coming together. And then a lot of entrepreneurs will actually partner together and say, this is how kind of we'll coalesce and bring our capabilities together to offer a potential solution. And the government will provide a prize, right, to kind of just solidify or coagulate that particular solution, and to maybe get it to a point where that concept can then enter either singularly, if it's one entrepreneur or a group of entrepreneurs, into a SBIR or STTR program. So prize challenge, again, it's a very, very most entry point, I think, way to get in on the conversation, talk about concepts, and then maybe even create opportunities for some level of non-dilutive funding. I've seen everything from just, $5,000 all the way up to, I think I've seen $500,000, just kind of depending on what type of solutions you're doing. NASA does a lot of challenges as well. So for my entrepreneurs who are out there, who are looking at space commercialization and really entering that industry sector, there's a lot of challenges coming here over the horizon that I've seen that NASA does. And NASA historically has been one that uses challenges a whole lot to do a lot of crowdsourcing and kind of development of ideas so they can use for the space programs.
No, and the partnership piece, as we close up our shop here, the partnership piece is so vital. So right now we're doing everything that we can from the Air Force acquisition standpoint to start communicating with other branches, acquisition professionals. So when we think about NASA, understanding what's happening on their end, most contracting officers really don't have it built into like their core mission to go out and investigate, what is NASA doing? And if I get approached by a small business, how can I assist them in getting connected to the right person? That's something that we're really starting to work on from just a organizational standpoint. But the development of that kind of skill, those soft skills, it takes more personality than process to instill. So more to come on that one. But do we have time for?
Well, yeah, I'm going to do a
questions,
quick time hack. Erica, what do we got for time?
Yeah, so we've got about 10 minutes for Q&A, and I actually wanted to go ahead and tee one up for you guys. We've got one in the virtual audience. So if Anna, if you can go ahead and put on the screen, the question relates to that contracting cone and like the green and blue one. I'll go ahead and go back if you want to go back to that slide, and I'll go back to it on the live stream as well. The question is, in the contracting cone, what does it take to go from green to blue? Like, does it happen automatically, or can you influence it?
Yeah, so
Great question.
It's not a spectrum, so it's not like you start off on one end and you end up in the other. It is purely just an easy way to visually lay out what is FAR-based contract solutions and what are non-FAR-based contract solutions. Something that actually Jorge had sent to me in an email is, and I want to foot stomp this, is coming into working with the United States government, understanding what the tools are available, and then saying, hey, have you heard of this, that, and the other, versus I will only do OTs because I heard OTs were the easiest. And I'm not going to lie to you, sometimes, unless you really know what you're talking about, a good enough contracting officer or program manager will go, so what do you mean by that? And now you're on the carpet. So, like the whole jiggling lip moment, you're just sort of like, I don't know. And I'm off stage, right? So making sure that you understand, why you think OTs are better than a FAR-based contract. Well, there are some efficiencies. There are some things that you would need to know. So just getting aware of that. But the most important part is that you don't start off with like a task order and then you end up with an OT. That's not the purpose of this one. It's just visually they're trying to distinguish between the two.
Yeah. So just, I just have to kind of caveat. I got so many times from not only my own Air Force colleagues, but from, potential founders with ideas that were great ideas. They would just come up to me and just say, can we have an other transaction? And it's like, other transaction is not, it's not a thing. It's like, it's just an instrument we use. It's a contract instrument that we use to put something on contract. Now, to answer the question of a great audience member, I forgot her name, but if you look at FAR-based and non-FAR-based, and I'm looking at the screen, so if this is up online, I'm going to try and just kind of, since I can't point to it, I'm going to kind of walk you through it. So looking at non-FAR, at the very bottom, that's like your starting point. That's your non-FAR-based. You're not using the Federal Acquisition Regulation in order to dictate the outcome of that contractual instrument. Right? So from that non-FAR area, you have basically other transactions, okay, a type of instrument. You have R&D agreements, another type of instrument. And then you have procurement for experiments, another type of instrument. And if you see to the right of those instruments, if you go from the middle of that fan outward, you see research and prototype. So if the government decides they're going to use a non-FAR instrument, such as an other transaction, they have to make a decision of whether it falls within research or prototype. And each, and next to research and prototype on this contracting cone, you see the United States Code or the authority that put that into law and actually tells you the procedures on how it's to be used. So at some point we have to determine if we're going to do another transaction, is it to accomplish research, which gives you a whole list of different things that you have to kind of go through procedurally to do that. And then you have prototypes. right? So if you fall in the prototype, it gives you a different level of authorities and timelines and kind of what you have to write into the contract. So that's one of the things that a lot of people, it's a myth that other transactions are easy and fast. Well, let me dispel that right now. In other transactions, it can be easy and fast depending on the situation the government finds itself in. So if I'm in the state of war and I need to get something quickly on the battlefield, I can use another transaction to really minimize what I need to do to get a prototype out because it's going to help our warfighter and save lives. Okay. But actually writing another transaction in a non-wartime scenario could actually take a very long time, because in a FAR-based contract, just to bring it back to that, I have templates and we have standard language that goes into a commercial contract. So I'm going to bring it down very simply. Everybody's gone and bought a car or a house or bought something where somebody tells you, you got to sign here, here, and here, and you get about 10 pages. And if you flip the back of one of these car or housing contracts, you see like hundreds of different clauses, commercial clauses, right, that are there to protect not only the person selling, but the person buying. Well, in a FAR-based contract, a lot of those clauses are already pre-populated. So if I have a quick mechanism to actually execute a contract via FAR, I can do it very fast. I've done FAR-based commercial contracts within weeks, really. But another transaction, to bring it back to that, doesn't have any templates. It doesn't have any clauses that are in there. So what's going to happen is somebody who's not very savvy in other transactions, or it's not a wartime situation, they're going to get into the point where they're going to have to write basically on a blank sheet of paper what terms and conditions need to be written in there for that particular solution. Now, it's a double-edged sword. If you're a founder that's actually been around for a while and you understand kind of your IP rights, you understand kind of your left and right boundaries to protect yourself, another transaction may not be that risky, especially if it's in a wartime scenario, you need to get something out. But if you don't know your left and right boundaries and you've never dealt with government contracts and you've never dealt with IP, now you're going into a very highly risky situation, because if the contracting officer on the other side hasn't done another transaction before, right, and doesn't know how to really build that, what goes in the contract or what doesn't go into the contract could be actually very risky for a founder or an entrepreneur. So it's not what goes into the contract, it's sometimes doesn't go into the contract, because a lot of the commercial clauses that are FAR-based are actually there to protect the entrepreneur, the small business. So that's a myth that a lot of people think about when it comes to non-FAR-based other transactions, that all of a sudden it's a panacea and it can be done very quickly with very low risk. And that is simply not true. It really depends on the scenario that you're in, what the government's trying to address, and who's on the other side of the table and the amount of experience that they have. So it could be a great instrument, not to take away from other transaction at all. It's a great authority that we use, along with the other non-FAR-based instruments, right, that we have. But more often than not, that's why you look at the CSOs would give opportunity to use a FAR-based instrument, because ideally, if the federal government can accelerate their process in doing a FAR-based contract, a lot of those clauses are actually to your favor because they're commercial clauses. They're the same clauses that you're going to see when you buy something yourself with your own money out in the commercial sector, right? They do protect the consumer and they also protect the seller. And that's what the FAR clauses are really there to do, is to help protect not only the consumer, the government, but also the seller that is selling to the government. So really great question. Hopefully that answers, and hopefully kind of walking through that fan right there brings a little bit more understanding of how to look at the contracting code. Do we have any other questions?
So yeah, for everyone's benefit, so we've got 2 more questions in the chat, but since we've already answered one from the chat, I wanted to open it up to our in-person audience. If anyone had an immediate question, if you've got something you want to ask, I'm going to go ahead and give you all the floor for the moment. But other than that, I'll move on to the other 2 ones. So yeah, so one real quick thing. I'm going to give you the microphone so that way the virtual audience can hear you ask it. Yeah.
Is there a place where we can find a template that will show you go step 1, step 2, step 3? Is there a template for that? Or because this is a lot of information in a lot of different places and I don't understand the steps.
So from a tactical level, is there a place that you can just go and figure out, what the step one for a SIBR process is, or some, it exists, right? So it's going to the right people and the right sources to understand exactly what it is. But if you need a little bit more hands-on help, there are like we said, the PTACs, and I heard they're going to be here tomorrow. But the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, they also help out extremely well when it comes down to the startups that are starting to participate in federal acquisitions. Now, the one thing that I always tell people is, an idea is great. Like the notion of how to get through a process is awesome, and somebody should document it, because I feel like that's an opportunity lost. However, relying only on that one way does tend, especially when you're new at something, does tend to end up being your way, right? So there is no opportunity to improve upon it. So that's the only thing that I caution, because we do have a few of these small businesses that I put it on their step. Like one of the initial ideas was learn how to make your own proposal, because that's an organic capability now that you understand, and more importantly, it'll assist in hopefully allowing you to actually proceed in additional phases, because you yourself know your tech. You're not going to know anything better. This is now a part of your job jar, understanding how to put your tech into a proposal in accordance with a solicitation. That's vital if you want to continue forward. So to answer your question robustly, yes, there are a plethora of resources that already exist. But from like a standpoint of, IKEA direction style, step one, unpack all the screws. Step two, put the screws in a pile. I don't know if that exists explicitly, but there are people that have that kind of experience.
Yeah, and what's your name again? Kelly. That's a great question. And I also want to add to that, because it kind of gives me a little bit of a call to action from a Capital Factory perspective. So yes, there are checklists out there, but I just want to let the audience know that a checklist is built for a certain nuance. And when you're going into business or contracting, right, different things that are affecting your particular ecosystem at the time of seeking the contract will defer a little bit from that checklist. So I can help, and that's a great call to action. I'm going to see Capital Factory if I can actually pull together some basic checklists, but I'm going to definitely caveat that, just to help our founders and entrepreneurs with something. There are plenty of other checklists that the government have. I know I've seen them. So I'll probably just take some of those and just tweak them and improve on them. But I have to caveat that if you use a checklist, you're going to find yourself in a situation where the checklist doesn't answer all of the mail. So, if we were to do just checklist mentality, which I think was what the federal government and my organization's done for many, many years, previous to coming to Capital Factory, you will find that checklist will not answer all of the mail, and sometimes will leave you kind of hanging. And that's why you need a little bit of coaching, guidance, and knowing where the resources are, because they can fill in the gaps from that checklist. And that's, again, what we seek to build for you here at Defense Academy, is a ecosystem of people you can reach out to fill those gaps when you're going through those checklists.
And so we're technically at time. However, there are two quick questions. So I'm just going to, if you can just wrap them up real quick. So the first question is, can you please share some use cases for information power with respect to defense innovation?
Yeah, so the safeguarding, you're going to hear cybersecurity over and over again. In fact, as a result of, everybody forgot that it happened, but people held a oil pipeline hostage. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that impacts everybody a little bit. So there was actually a renewed interest in trying to develop cybersecurity pieces. Let me step back here. So the information piece. So we talk about instruments of war. So it's diplomacy, information, military, and economic. That information piece, we've been at war with people since before 2016, but 2016 is when the boogeyman was put into the spotlight. So at the end of the day, misinformation is a real thing. How does the United States, and the United States government is not absent of being applied to that. So the cybersecurity piece, what the innovation ecosystem can bring is solutions that might not be commonly used, because we do have such a laborious process of getting authorizations to operate on our networks. And so the juice ain't worth the squeeze for a lot of startups when they have something that is truly game changing.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, because information power, is something that we have to kind of gain ground again as a nation, right? But we need the entrepreneur capability that's out there right now to integrate into the systems that the government has to help safeguard, information or misinformation thereof. The problem is, again, some of the steps that it takes sometimes for an entrepreneur to be certified to be on government networks could be very, very daunting. Now, I'm just going to put a little plug in there because just recently, I mean, I've signed an agreement with Tech Board down in Port San Antonio, which happens to have a main customer in Air Force Cyber Command. And also down in San Antonio, we have the National Security Collaboration Center. So it's those ecosystems that we work to really start fostering and growing to help the entrepreneur get through those steps required. So let alone the acquisition steps that we just heard about, but the cybersecurity steps that you have to do in order to get a contract with the government to help that. So again, National Security Collaboration Center and their partnership with the cyber community down in U.S. Cyber Command and Air Force Cyber are going to be your entry points to understanding how to navigate and how to bring those cyber solutions and to safeguard information power to the U.S. government. So if for those in the audience, either here or virtually, if you have a cyber solution that you'd like to help with the information power, I guess, segment, please reach out to me and I'll definitely connect you to the National Security Collaboration Center and the various stakeholders that are down in San Antonio for that.
And then just one more, we'll wrap it up really, really quickly. The last question is, if you submit a proposal, are you restricted from offering the same product or service to another country?
No, not necessarily. If you're awarded and honestly, that's such a unique question. I don't think that there's anything as far as like, so we have something called like releasability, and that's something that is I just don't know. Jorge, any insights? I'm sort of stumbling here.
Well, I mean, it's a good question, but if you get a contract with the U.S. government, let's say the U.S. Air Force at an air base wing level, they're not going to turn around and share it with an ally or another country. That just doesn't happen. If countries actually want to get technology from the United States and they want to purposely outside of commercial channels,
Foreign military sales.
there's a foreign military sales program and a direct commercial sales program that are managed by the Department of State that it's a whole process that has to happen for that. So if you sell to the U.S. government and you are afraid that might be releasable or might get in the hands of a foreign government, I would say that it doesn't automatically happen unless there's strategic intent to do so. And oftentimes, if that intent is there, I'm sure that the people who are purchasing that would probably put that as a disclosure to the requirement, saying that their intent is to share with a foreign partner or foreign ally in that technology. But that's really top level, because that question can actually go many different ways, just depending on the scenario, the situation, and what in particular product or service you're selling the U.S. government.
Yeah, and just to highlight all that, IP is such an important thing, but most importantly, when we talk about, going back to the information piece, understanding what is inherent just to our capabilities is a strategic advantage when it comes against our near peer competitors. So the less they know about the ones and the eaches of our tech, the better, because they can't posture to counter that. So with that being said, what a perfect ending. Federal government is not for the faint of heart. Period. Of it. Like there's nothing else to say. So with that being said, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for having me, Jorge.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody in the audience here, in person and virtually. Stick around. We've got more programming to come. But for right now, we're closing. Thank you, Michael. I really do appreciate your time. It's always a pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, so thank you so much. So we'll be back at 1 p.m. for intellectual property. We've got Alan Apple from GovCon Law Group coming, as well as Jacob Choi and Paula Paula, sorry, I forget her last name, from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. So that's going to be the panel we kick off with at 1 p.m. For now, we're going to break for lunch and networking, so feel free to chat with your fellow audience members. The live stream will stay live until 1 p.m., so you're welcome to use that as well to network with folks if you want to drop your LinkedIns in the chat or anything like that. So the live stream will stay live. Come back at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get it started in about 4 minutes if you want to find seats or do whatever you need to do to get ready for it. Thank you so much. 4-minute warning.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody had a great opportunity to network either online or in person. I know I had some great conversations with several people here in the live audience. And hopefully everybody also had a chance to grab some lunch, right? We can't go the rest of the afternoon without eating, right? So, but without further ado, I mean, we've had a great session this morning. We talked about Contracting 101. Now for our founders looking to do government federal work, and go into the acquisition system, we do have another great partner, Alan Apple. I'd like to introduce. Come on up, Alan. He's going to be leading our panel on intellectual property. So we're going to be doing a virtual kind of hybrid panel. Like we have the U.S. Patent Office, which you will introduce in just a few seconds. But Alan Apple comes with us from many years of government contracting experience, and now is leading GovCon. So Alan, this is a great opportunity. I'm glad that you're here supporting us with our sponsor event and partnering with us with Deloitte to really bring to bear to all the founders, like some of the things that they need to really be looking out for intellectual property, and maybe dispelling some of the myths that are out there, and maybe bringing some facts forward that they really should be looking at as they try to integrate into the federal acquisition system.
Jorge, I look forward to doing that. Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Awesome.
I appreciate it.
Thank you and good luck. And thanks for the U.S. Patent Office, who's also online, but I'll let Alan go ahead and introduce you.
Very good. All right. So as Jorge mentioned, my name is Alan Apple. What we're going to do in the next hour is hopefully talk a little bit about intellectual property and foundationally what it is, its relationship to the U.S. Patent Trading Office or Trademark Office, how they process patent requests, what they can do to help, and tie that in with government contracts and how the federal government looks at acquisitions and how they look at development of IT or intellectual property, and and provide a little bit of context in that particular scenario. Before we go much farther, what I kind of wanted to do was make sure that you knew everybody that would be on the panel, because me being here in this massive crowd is one thing, but also certainly having my friends Paola and Jacob from the U.S. Patent Trademark Office here is very important. So before we get started with the substantive part and actually how we're going to form the discussion that we're going to have, I thought it'd be good to go ahead and circle around and have everybody introduce themselves. Jacob, would you mind introducing yourself? Tell us who you are and who you work for and what you do.
All right, thanks, Alan. Hey, everyone. Hope everybody can hear me. Alan, I didn't realize how tall you were. Jorge stood right next to you, and I didn't realize how tall you were. So you're a giant, man. So good to meet you. I only can see Alan right now, so I know there's some audience that is participating in person as well as online. So thank you so much for having us. My name is Jacob Choi. I'm the Assistant Director here at the Texas Regional Office. So a little bit about me. I used to be a former patent examiner as well as supervisor. I've been with the USPTO for the past 20, and it's going to be 21 years and in January. So I had a pleasure of serving in many different roles at the USPTO. I want to tell you a little bit more about the USPTO later on. I think we're going to have a lot of back and forth, and Alan has a set of questions that he's going to ask us. So thanks for that. But I do want to thank Capital Factory for having us, and I want to thank Alan for you and working with us in this particular panel discussion. I look forward to it. And I also want to thank Erica, Jorge for having us as well, and Paula, Ray, and Christine from our team in terms of organizing this particular venue. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you,
With
Jacob.
that, I'm going to turn it over to Paula.
Thanks, Jacob. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to echo Jacob's comments. We are really excited to be here. I wanted to thank also Alan and Erica for your help in coordinating all of this. And again, I'm looking forward to this conversation. I'm looking forward to sharing my tiny little bit of knowledge. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. My background is in civil engineering. I am a civil engineer, and I've been with the Patent Office for more than 10 years, getting close to 11. And I examined patent applications. I'm a primary patent examiner, and what I examine are patent applications in the construction field. So I look at anything that is inside a house and inside a building, and actually outside too. The structural portion of it, the covers of it. I look at tiles, floor panels, windows, insulation systems, elevator pits, anything. I mean, anything inside a building, I've probably get applications for that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing about the PTO, what we do, how we take care of your patent applications, and hopefully help you a little bit in your journey.
Fantastic. Thank you, Paola. And absolutely, incredible opportunity to get some insight on how patent examiners look at your patent applications right here. And so my name, of course, is Alan Apple. I'm a co-founder and partner for the GovCon Law Group. We represent clients who want to do business with the government. And I say it very generically like that because we have clients that are in regular construction, but 80 or 90% of my clients are innovative tech companies that are interested in being involved in the government acquisition system, but don't have a lot of expertise in that area. My partner and I have been practicing, for a couple of decades now in this field, both in service. We're both retired judge advocates that were acquisition specialists, and we, advise commanders and requiring activities on the legal issues that are involved with government acquisitions. And so we both ended up culminating as the chair of contract and fiscal law, where we were helping attorneys that were coming into the government learn about the government acquisition system and where the issues are and how the government acquires things. And we would do that at the very basic level, and we would also do it at the most senior levels of civilian executives and of course, leaders throughout the Army and Navy and the Air Force and Marines, a lot of times. And so, I found that the knowledge, of course, is not well known. The government acquisition system, a lot of people aren't that familiar with it. They certainly don't know where the issues are or, how to grapple with them on the front end, where the costs are going to be, and how to navigate that process, the government acquisition system. And so we do a lot of help with our clients to navigate that system. And we also, of course, deal with any of the litigation that goes along with it, whether it be bid protest claims, REAs, drafting contracts, teaming agreements, just almost anything that goes along with the government contracting process. And so we've really enjoyed that. But that being said, probably the most important thing to 80 or 90% of our clients is intellectual property, right? It's the content of this presentation. And so you got a great opportunity to learn from the U.S. Patent Trading Office or Trademark Office here, and also maybe get a little bit of context on the government contracting process. And so that being said, the way that we wanted to operate this particular period or block of instruction was to have it more question answer than anything else. And so I, as Jacob had mentioned, put together a bunch of questions that either my clients have asked or they should have asked at some point, so that they could understand what intellectual property was and what the USPTO does, and what you're doing through that process of trying to get a patent and protecting your intellectual property. But also, how does the government look at developing intellectual property or developing innovation or acquiring innovation, and what do they do with their technical data rights and software and stuff like that. And so we're going to talk about all that kind of in a question answer form. If you have a question and you're out in the virtual audience and you'd like to put it in the chat room, that's great. We're probably going to end up getting to it toward the very end, and that's not a problem. But our questions are kind of formed to go from the foundation of intellectual property up. And so we'll start with simple stuff like, hey, what is intellectual property? And kind of work from there. But that being said, to keep it interactive and to keep everybody's attention, what I thought we would do was provide some slides and general information at the end of the presentation. So Erica is going to email or provide some PDF slides that both the Patent and Trademark Office produced, and then some slides that I produced on technical data rights and software. That way you don't have to take notes on it or anything else like that. You can kind of be involved in the presentation and try to understand everything that's going on and not be distracted too much. But then again, when you leave, you'll have some notes and stuff you can review, so that you'll be able to retain some of the information that you've gotten. So that being said, what I thought we might do at this point is to go ahead and start some of the questions there. And so I promised you the most basic foundational question possible to start from, which is, what is intellectual property? And Jacob, would you mind telling us what that is to you?
Thanks, Alan. That's a really a loaded question, really. And I'll try to explain in a way that everybody can kind of relate to. But before I do that, I do want to apologize for not being there. Being part of the federal employee, all the non-essential travel has been closed. So this program, actually, Paula and I was supposed scheduled to be there in person. So it's so unfortunate that we cannot meet in person, but I'm sure there will be a next time for it. So back to the intellectual property. So I think about this word, and sort of the way that I want you guys to see it, the ways that I see it, is that look around you and all the things that you interact with every day. Maybe start from your house, getting to this venue, driving your car, things that you interact with, like I said, maybe your phone, your smartphone, to the clothes that you're wearing, the shoes that you're wearing. So intellectual property, what I want to say, is all around us. You may not recognize it. I can tell you, when I started at the patent office after graduating from Penn State University, I didn't know anything about patents or trademarks. But after working here for about 20 years now, I can tell you that it is, in fact, all around us. So the really good example that I can provide you is, let's start with things that you interact with just pretty much every day, your smartphone, right? If you look at your smartphone, doesn't matter if you own a Samsung or Apple or some other brands, so that brand itself is what's called a trademark, right? And also, if you look at all the technology that goes behind that particular device, maybe it's the battery or display or the antenna system, anything that you interact with, those hardwares, even softwares, those are what's called the patents, right? So I want you to kind of, maybe even for a moment today during the lecture or just this presentation, that you look around the chair that you're sitting in, the things that you interact with every day. Think of it as those things are actually, somebody actually had gotten the patent on those. Maybe not a few years ago, but many, many years ago. But things were really progressing over the years. And it's thanks to the innovation, the people that actually come up with these new ideas and innovative thinking, that our society and way we live our life has been changing since the day one, right? So I hope to, through the patent system or intellectual property system, that's gonna move us further in advance, and hopefully in near future that we will interact with things like self-driving vehicles, AI, just to name the few, right? So think about that. And again, the main point is that if you have a new idea, a new invention, that is something that is uniquely developed, that no one else has really thought of, that is in fact intellectual property. The intellectual property, in a way, what it does is that you can sell, you can keep it for yourself, you can exclude others from making the device, as well as um, work with other companies to really sell portion of it and give rights for them to use it. But yet in return, you have the financial benefits. So all those things, think of as your property, your home, your car, and the like. So again, I wanted to just emphasize, I look around you, and I have to say, intellectual property is all around us.
Everywhere. Thank you, Jacob. As you were saying that, it harkened me back to some of the, the DoD tries to define everything, and so whether it's through policy or regulation or whatever, they are also. And so as soon as I asked you the question, I started thinking, well, you know what, the Department of Defense defines, in some of their publications, that intellectual property is a product of the human mind that can be protected by law, right? And so I thought, that is perfectly kind of encapsulates kind of what it is, but it's such a broad, expansive definition that it totally helps, provide a little bit of context with what Jacob was saying. This, intellectual property is everywhere, and it's a lot of places that you don't really necessarily suspect. But I just thought I'd share that. What do you think about that definition, Jacob?
I have to agree. I mean, there's so many ways to describe intellectual property. So there's no one way of doing it. And your experience may be different than mine. So, but just, the way I understand intellectual property is, and you'll see, and we'll talk about the difference between the trade secret versus getting something patented. There is a really huge difference between those two. Trade secret, of course, is something that you keep it to yourself and you don't share that knowledge with other people. Whereas patents, filing for patent application, or even a trademark, or even copyrights, in fact, you are actually sharing the newest, greatest things and your creation, your innovation with other people with certain terms, right? The government will allow you to kind of protect your IP in. So it's different. But as you can tell, I'm actually a fan of the IP system that we have. Maybe not less so with the trade secrets, but I think there is a place for it. Things like, I want to say like a Google algorithm to KFC secret ingredients, and you got to keep it secret because that does not have a term. You can keep it for long as you want, right? Whereas a patents, as an example, you have a term, 20 years. So after that is other people can take advantage of it, make an improvement further, and more. So again, it's a different type of a thought in terms of innovation. So
Well,
I
let
really
me.
do like your definition, Alan.
Oh,
I think it's kind of a romantic definition of intellectual property.
yeah, it's the perfect DoD type definition. It doesn't pinpoint anything. It's so broad and expansive
Right.
that it provides very little help, but it's some help. But that being said, let me circle back with Jacob and ask, what does the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office have to do with intellectual property? What relationship does it have with?
okay, Alan. So let's kind of look back. So our agency, we fall under Department of Commerce. And if you look at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, so we are the main government entity that actually process patent applications and trademark registration, and that's our office. On top of that, we do advise on topics like copyrights and trade secrets. And for over 200 years, historically, our office been located in the DC metro area. And you know, that really, if you look at it in an optics of, you look at the whole entire United States, it really isn't fair, because that knowledge, that the information was actually exclusive to that particular geographical location or area, right? So I don't know if you guys know, most recent years, there was a thing called American Invents Act that was passed by the Congress back in 2011. That really allowed, there were many changes because due to the American Invents Act. The number one thing to be noted of is before, I'm giving you a little bit of history, Alan. I know your question was very simple, but I always like to give a little twist and add more to it. So I apologize. So American Invents Act, what it really did was it really allowed, so the old system that we actually had was first to invent. So whereas other countries in parts like Europe and Asia, they had a system called first to file. So what that means is, if when you file an application for before USPTO, your patent application as an example, that filing date, and that is in a way, you as an inventor, you're putting a stake in the ground and say, hey, I invented this new thing, or new widget on this day. So when our employees, our patent examiners, when they go out for look for the prior art references, we won't get into the details of like different types of things that statutes on their patent examination, but so they would look for that date and before it to see anything that was known at the time the invention was created or made. So due to American Invents Act, that actually allowed our U.S. system, patent system, to be along with other, be similar to the other offices. What I mean by other offices, other patent offices around the world, and that's been the major change. And not only that, it also allowed the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to open up what's called the regional offices. There were 4 of them, and they are all open now and serving the local communities and people like you and entrepreneurs and people creating different ideas, really the information that they really need to go through this process, because filing a patent application, trademark applications are, it's a lot involved. There's not a lot of nuance to it. So in a way, what we would like to do is, by placing a particular location in geographical area that includes Detroit, Denver, as well as Silicon Valley and Dallas, Texas, so that this is an avenue for people to come and really for us to giving us an opportunity to demystify the whole process for patent examination as well as trademark registration. So, so we are actually 100% user fee-funded agency. So not like other government where they take in. This is one thing that I brag about all day, every day. We do not use tax. We're not tax-funded agency. We actually run using the people that are using our services. People are filing for patent application and trademark registration. So with that, we owe Congress and the public, general public, in terms of how we are using our money. and all of the money that we spend is actually go towards paying the services that we provide in terms of patent examination and trademark registration. So sorry about that, Alan. I know that was a very, very quick question, but with a long answer.
I love it. I love it. I'm going to put you on the spot for a second. And so you mentioned that they're broken up in regions and things like that. What kind of patent flow do you get through your office, or maybe that comes through your desk? This may be good for Paola as well. But what kind of traffic do you get there? How many?
Paola, you want to take a quick stab at it, and I'll just add a few more things.
Sure. And I want to compliment Jacob's. Even though it was a long answer, there's more to add. So I'm going to add that because you were asking what role do we play in IP. So specifically, the United States Patent and Trademark Office, as the name says it, we deal with patents and trademarks. That's what we do. We grant patents, we examine patent applications and trademark applications, and we grant patents and trademark registrations. The other parts of intellectual property, like copyrights, for instance, that there's a separate U.S. Copyright Office that takes care of those applications. So we particularly only look at patents and trademarks. And you were asking numbers. In the fiscal year 2020, which is the most recent data, complete data that we have, there were more than 650,000 applications filed. And we issued almost 400,000 patents issued. Now, those two numbers don't really correlate much because the processing time of a patent can be anywhere between 1 or 3 years. So it doesn't mean that from the 650,000 that we issued 400,000. Those are separate numbers. So we were really busy in the fiscal year 2020. Trademarks as well, we got more than 700,000 applications for trademarks, and we issued almost 300,000 certificates. So it's pretty busy, the IP world out there. There's a lot of IP property, and there's a lot of people protecting their intellectual property.
All right, thank you. I was hoping, I kind of suspected that's exactly the type of numbers that you'd be putting out there, and that's one of the things that I like to highlight, especially with, government activity, is that it takes time. When things are funneling through an office or a regional office, at the USPTO or otherwise, if you're dealing with a government contract, there's limited personnel to handle, an unlimited amount of questions. I like to frame it. And so it takes a little bit longer than you might be used to, in the regular course of commercial activity. But the thing that I really liked about government service when I was in it is that you have a lot of great, government servants, just like Jacob and Paola, that are doing a yeoman's work to make sure that this stuff is done. And it's kind of a thankless job in a lot of ways. But that being said, let me ask you, Jacob, another question about intellectual property, which is what are the types of intellectual property?
Okay. Thanks, Alan. Before I get there, I do want to just kind of emphasize maybe about the regional office a little bit. So the goal for opening up a regional office, as I mentioned earlier, was to create a sort of open door policy for people to walk in and obtain information about intellectual property. Not only that, it allowed actually our office to pick up our new patent examiners and patent trial appeal board judges and the management team and staff. So it's really to kind of pick up some of the local talents in the region so that our attrition rate will keep the attrition rate high, right? Low, meaning that people will stay with the USPTO for a long time. And our attrition numbers are very favorable for us. It's actually less than, I believe, 4% across the board. So I just want to add that piece. And another piece that I would add is that just because you live in Texas, you file for an application in Texas, that does not mean that one of our examiners will pick up your case. In terms of the traffic, how it flows from your application and how we examine and where we examine, and that structure really did not change for the last many years. So just wanted to kind of add that to the earlier question. So back to different types of intellectual property. So in summary, maybe what you guys can do is take a look at your phone. And I kind of try to do this early on during the introduction. There are 4 different types of intellectual property. One is patents, trademarks, copyright, and trade secret. You may be thinking, oh, okay, so if I have an invention, I can get a patent on this, and then I can forget the rest. It's really not that simple. The way I would probably describe it is that if you have a service or if you have a device, and let's take a look at maybe your phone. The logos and brandings like Samsung, that's what's called trademarks. So it identifies a source of good or services that the company is trying to provide. Maybe it's on Apple. So when we hear that, you guys may be thinking about a logo where an Apple, there's a bite mark on the right-hand side. So that's the logo, and that's a brand, that's a trademark. If you think about the patents, and it's more has the patent system is more or less an invention has a utility or functionality. The good examples for your phone that you may be looking at right now is camera system, battery, screen, antenna, data processing methods, and semiconductor circuit, just to name the few. So another thing that you want to look at is maybe copyrights. That may include software codes, instruction manual, even the ringtone. And you talk about the trade secret as maybe the last item. The company themselves really do not reveal the secret, otherwise it won't be a secret, right? So they keep those items for themselves. And one thing that maybe we'll have an opportunity to talk more on this topic, is that if you see something that it can be easily re-engineered, meaning that you open up a device and you look at it and say, aha, this is how they did it. That may not be a good thing for you to think about trade secret, but rather think along the line of maybe getting a patents or copyright or something like that. So just something to keep in mind. Trade secret is, people it should be easily detected. It's something that people really would have a difficult time figuring it out. If so, maybe it's a secret ingredients, a source code and the like, then maybe you could keep it as a trade secret. So in summary, okay, again, I would say that there are 4 different types of intellectual property: patents, trademark, copyright, and trade secrets.
I love it. My sister happens to work for Coca-Cola, and so as you're talking about the difference between the different types of intellectual property, it harkened me back to what Coke does. Of course, their formula is a trade secret, right? And so they keep it in several different safes in several different locations so that nobody actually has active. But they've been protecting it in that way because of the limitations that go along with a patent. And so a lot of people aren't that familiar with that particular notion, but certainly there are reasons to keep a trade secret, as Jacob mentioned, and reasons to pursue a patent. And so could you tell us a little bit more about what patents are and the types and what they might be best suited for?
All right, I'll take that one. So a patent is a right that you have. Who gives you this right? The government. And in this case, the United States Patent and Trademark Office are the ones that we are representing the government. So we grant you the right to okay, I know a lot of people think that having a patent is the right to make it and sell it and produce it. It's actually the opposite. When you have a patent, you have the right to prevent others from doing any of that. This is your device. You get to choose who can sell it, who can make it, who can commercialize it. So that's what a patent is. And what is protected with a patent? Definitely an invention, an actual device, a tangible device. It could also be a method, a process of making something, a process of building something, and an article of manufacture, or a chemical composition, of which I know nothing. I'm sorry. I just know that you can patent those, whatever those are. And so there are the 3 different types of patents. So we have the utility patent, which is the one that I just described. It's when you get protection for your invention, how to make it, how to use it, how to put it together. And I'll give you an example. For instance, something that I see all the time, bricks. Believe it or not, there's people out there inventing bricks to construct walls or pavers to put on roads. So when someone files a patent for a brick, they're definitely trying to protect the brick itself, the shape. Does it have holes? How thick are the walls? How big is the brick? But in addition, they also want to protect how to use the brick. What can you do with this brick? How do you put it together with other bricks? And also, they want to protect how to make it. What material is it made of? And the process of making it. Some people, there are many bricks nowadays that are made from other than masonry. We have plastic, plastic bricks. So some people want to claim it is made by the process of extruding or the process of molding or the process of just pouring the material and making the shape. So all of that, it gets protected in a utility patent. When you get a utility patent, you get protected, you are protecting your invention, and you have those rights for 20 years. Now, there's also something else called a design patent. And it's different in the sense that with design patents, you are protecting only the external appearance of the object, the ornamental aspect of it. It's only the way that it looks. You don't need to describe anything. You just show the figure, the picture. This is what I'm protecting. This is specific appearance, and that's your patent. A typical example of that is the game console, the Xbox. The Xbox looks a specific way because they have a design patent. They're the only ones that can design their game console the way that it is with the X or whatever. And then the other type of patents is plant patents. There are patents for plants. Is when you this type of patents protect newly invented strains of asexually reproducing flowers or plants or trees. And a typical example again is the poisontea flower, the Christmas flower or the holiday plant. And that is actually a pretty old patent. I think it's back from the 30s or 40s, from the 50s, sorry. That patent was granted in the 50s, so it's obviously the person who invented it no longer has the rights. So this is now publicly available, and that's why this plant is so out there available. Anyone can produce it, anyone can commercialize it and sell it, and that's why it's so popular. So those are the types of patents and what they do.
I love it. One of the questions I get from clients a lot is they ask, how much detail they have to share with a patent application to actually get the patent in whatever type it is. And the concern is that if they give up too much detail, then they're giving away the ghost and they're giving away their intellectual property and such that anybody can do it. And there's real sensitivity there. Would you comment on that a little bit and give me your thoughts about, what kind of level of detail you have to get into for a patent application?
Well, a patent, it's definitely a quid pro quo. You're given all these rights for 20 years and you have to give something in exchange. And that is you are going to share with everybody how you made it and how anyone else can make it and use it when the time comes. So I understand where someone will come from, like, why am I giving away my work and my secrets? And so that's the balance that inventors and entrepreneurs have to make. Do I want to keep the secret and benefit from it for the rest of my life, or do I want to benefit from it only for 20 years and then share the good with the world? I mean, most likely what you invented is for the good of humanity, so why not share it? And so that's from the inventor's perspective. From the patent examiner perspective, we want to see as much detail as possible because we want to be able to understand what are you trying to claim, what are you trying to seek protection on. We want to really know all the details of your invention so that we can make sure that your patent is valid. We want to make sure we understand what your invention is, and when we give you a patent, it's going to be a good patent. It's going to have value because we understood it and we compare it to what's out there and we determine that, in fact, you deserve your patent.
So, Ellen, if I can chime in here, thanks, Paula. I try to describe it in a way that for the general public, I'm sure you guys probably bought some merchandise or product and you picked up the manual kind of to maybe put it together, right? So sometimes that manual is good, right? So you can read it, understand it, and you were able to successfully put that item together without any missing screws or nuts and bolts, right? But on the other hand, you may have encountered some manuals that it's not even in English, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You put it together and then you're missing a board for your furniture, maybe screws and nuts. So I see the disclosure or patent application sort of in that way. So you definitely do want to be targeted in terms of the invention that you created, what you want to protect needs to be fully disclosed in that patent application. Certainly, you do not need to tell everything that is under the sun in terms of what you have created in terms of the whole thing, right? But it does need to be a good manual so that someone in the ordinary skill in the art to be able to pick up that manual and be able to make that same device that you did as an example. So think of it as a good manual or bad manual that you've dealt with in the past. So we, as a patent office, we want quality patents to be issued. What that means is for the applicants to really provide us with the full disclosure of the invention. Now, it doesn't have to be the whole thing, meaning that you can keep certain portion to be a trade secret, or you may want to file another patent application if it's a distinct invention. So I just want to say that to add to what Paula just has said.
Thank you. The second type of intellectual property that you mentioned was a trademark. I didn't know which of you wanted to field a question about trademarks and tell me what that is.
All right. So trademark is a word, phrase, symbol, or design, or combination of word, phrase, symbols, or design that identifies, distinguish the source of goods of one party from those others. So I'm reading the definition here. You may be thinking like, what is Jacob saying? And there's also a term called the service mark, which is actually a term that is interchangeably being used, but it identifies and distinguishes the source of service rather than a product. So rather than kind of trying to like unwrap that definition, the best thing to do is kind of look around us and things that, like I said, you interact with every day. Starbucks, when I say that, you're probably imagining a brand or logo with the mermaid, the cup, the design, right? When I say Nike, you're thinking of the symbol swoosh. When I say Target, you're thinking about the red target and circle and a dot in the middle, right? So those are what's called a trademark. When someone says it, someone sees it. You, as a customer, automatically know what to expect. You wouldn't walk to a Starbucks coffee shop and look for Nike shoes. You wouldn't, right? But when you walk into Target, you may do that. So there's certain expectation that the brand or logo that provides to the customer, and it sets somewhat of an expectation when you walk into that store. So that brand recognition, identification is what the trademark actually provides. So some of the things that I guess people are not too familiar with is trademark can be a color, like UPS, the brown truck that you know, that color that you see, that is actually trademark. Even a scent, Play-Doh has that musky scent. That is in fact a trademark. NBC chime sound can be a trademark. There's also a thing called, it's somewhat unusual, a thing called a trade dress. So if you ever gone into the Apple store, you may experience that sort of a look and feel of the store. It's nicely organized. It's open floor plan. There is a big Apple logo when you walk in. The lighting, the whole atmosphere. That's what's called a trade dress. You automatically recognize that you are at an Apple store, no other store, right? So that can be also a trademark. Thanks, Alan.
I love it. Thank you. And so the third, of course, was a copyright. Do you mind telling us a little bit about what a copyright is?
All right, we got to give Paula a turn to answer some of these questions, but I'll take the next one as well. The copyright is a legal protection for original work of authorship, including literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, and certain other intellectual work. Just give you an example, songs, books, movies, and sculptures are being one of them. Other examples are logos, product design and packaging, advertising and promotional materials, instructional manuals, educational materials, software codes, website content, just to name the few.
I love it. Thank you very much. And so I was saving the best and the more difficult questions for Paul, and I hope you don't mind. This is probably one of the more important questions we're going to ask in this entire hour, which is, what does the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office do to help folks navigate this process of a patent application and understanding what their services are?
Yes, it's such an important question and such a long answer, because there are a lot of resources that the USPTO offers. And since we're here and we're in Texas, and Jacob and I are with the Texas Regional Office, I'm going to start with that. The Texas Regional Office, the satellite offices that Jacob was speaking of earlier, that the USPTO opened across the country, those offices were open specifically to help the inventors, to promote innovation and to give inventors some guidance at a local level. So that's what we do. So I particularly, I failed to mention at the beginning, I'm a patent examiner, but I'm on a detail with the Texas Regional Office. What does it mean? It means that I'm doing a temporary assignment with the regional office in conducting outreach. And that's why I'm here. This is part of my job as an outreach officer. We just want to connect with inventors and with stakeholders. We want to help you. We want to let you know that we are here and that our mission is to help you. So we are always encouraging people to contact us. If we may not have all the answers, but we do know where to point you towards. You know, we know who has the answer for you. So there are numerous resources, and they are going to be included in the package that Erica is sending everyone that we're making available. There are a lot of resources for startups. There is an entire website with tons of links for startups. We also have something called the IP assessment tool, which I think it has to be really useful for someone that knows that they need to protect something, but they're not sure where to start, or they don't even know what type of IP they need. This assessment tool takes you step by step, and it helps you determine what exactly do you need. Do you need to get a patent? Do you just need a trademark, or do you need actually to get copyrights? This is what the assessment tool does. And we have, for small businesses or for people at the startup level, there are some benefits as if you qualify as a small entity. That we have two categories, the small entity and micro entity. So there are a series of criteria that you need to meet, obviously, and all the information is in the package. So if you do qualify for those, you get really high discounts on all the fees that you are required to pay. And there is pro bono programs. Also, there are law school clinics. Those are really good programs. Those are law school students that are working under the supervision of supervisory patent examiners, and they help people, if they qualify, to draft their patent applications and to go through the process. So that's, and obviously there's no charge for that. So all the contact information for all of that is included in there. So I think that's, I try to mention the main ones, the more important ones.
Well, yeah, that's great. And just to repeat, you know, in the PDF slides that Erica will make available, all these things are mentioned in there. And then that's pretty important, you know, being able to figure out, you know, I found just grappling with government services and finding out the breadth of offerings that they have, because, you know, whether you're in the innovative tech community here and you're dealing with AAL or AFWorks or, you know, DIU or whatever, they all seem to provide such an incredible amount of help that it's hard to figure out, okay, what's the help that I need for this, and be able to associate it appropriately. And so that's just fantastic. And so the second question I had for you, Pio, and probably the last, maybe the most difficult one, is the one that I get pretty regularly. I would like to submit for a patent request, but how do I make it go fast? How can I get this done quickly? How long, will it take? Or is there any way to expedite it?
Yeah, well, there's the technical answer is yes, there are programs available where you can technically expedite the examination of your application, and the program is called the Track 1 program. It's also in the PDFs, and thus you pay a fee and your application gets expedited. It comes to the top of my docket, and it tells me, the examiner, that I need to look at that application faster than the regular ones. And that's the technical answer. But also, if you don't do the Track 1 and you really want to expedite your application, if you have an attorney, the key is to have good communication with your attorney. Make sure you know what your attorney is doing, and make sure your attorney knows what you want to do. And in addition to that, encourage your attorney to call us, to talk to us, the examiners. It's incredibly amazing what one phone call between the attorney and the examiner does. It really does expedite things, without necessarily going through the specific process of expediting, because there are a lot of things that get lost in arguments going back and forth. But if you can figure something out on a phone call, and that definitely moves things forward.
Thank you. And I appreciate that last point as well. I can't tell you how much I'd reinforce what Paola mentioned there. Recently I wrote an article about how to succeed in government contracting. And part of that, there was a discussion about making sure that you've assembled a decent team that can support you through the process, that identify where the issues are and help you get to where you need to be. So whether it's your intellectual property plan, or you're negotiating data rights, which I'll talk about in a moment, and all that sort of stuff, it's making sure you have a team that's competent and knows government contracts, where the issues are, and how to help navigate the intellectual property requirements that you have. Absolutely critical. And so what I like, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, is that a lot of these government services and activities, they offer help, and it's generic help, because in their premise, they're not really allowed to benefit one company or one entity over another. It is to help all. If you take like AFWorks or all small businesses that are interested in applying, things like that, not preferring one. And so, these activities that help at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, and these activities that are YouTube videos that AFWorks puts out or whatever, they can be very, very helpful. But there's a little bit of context that, there's always a little bit of lagniappe that's necessary in anything you do. And lagniappe is a term that they use in Louisiana a lot that talks about that little something extra. Well, that little something extra is the thing that increases your productivity in your company, and also the value of your company as it goes along through that. It's something extra makes it makes the process just a little bit more appetizing all the way through. And so I appreciate those comments, Paola and Jacob. And what I wanted to do is kind of transition from the basic foundational discussion that we have on what is intellectual property, and talk a little bit about how the government views that in their acquisition system, in their acquisition process. Because you've heard me kind of touch on it just a little bit as we've been sitting here, talk about, how the government, executes their acquisition system a little bit. I alluded to it and stuff like that. I like to step back and say that of course I've got experience on both sides, and so I've got sympathies on both sides to identify, number one, not everybody doesn't know everything about the government procurement system, for sure. And so most people talk about their expertise, which happens to be in one certain little area. As an attorney, ours is a little bit broader than most, but I just find it fascinating because, as I was in the end of active duty, and then of course, certainly now, the discussion has all been about how to find innovation, right? It is how to identify innovation out there. They think that it's in small business. Research will tell you it's in small business. And so they identify and know that, but they don't really understand, they being the government at large, how to make government contracting kind of more enticing to them so that they can acquire the good or service to address whatever their requirement is. And you see all the time, in activities here at the Capitol Factory and beyond, with broad agency announcements or other solicitations where they say, hey, we have this thing that we don't know how to rectify. We have this problem we want you to solve. Can you solve it? And in doing that, of course, you develop a lot of intellectual property, and you are concerned as a business, number one, how to protect the intellectual property you bring into the relationship, and also what intellectual property you develop during the contractual relationship. And so when I was drafting questions in here, the first question I had for myself that I was going to ask was the first question I was asked here at the Capital Factory. I was here last year talking to a vendor that his first question off the bat when learning about government programs and government acquisitions is the government going to take my intellectual property? It was as simple as that. And I thought, well, no. And so it's a simple answer as well. By policy, the Department of Defense, which I have more experience with, and so I'll just kind of talk about that. And it's one of the largest vendors that you have out there, in any of the programs we have. They have policies out there that tell them how they want to approach acquisition, how they want to approach intellectual property in the acquisition process and in their acquisition planning, and what they need and what they don't need and how they approach that sort of thing. And so the guidance is, by policy, it is to be fair with vendors that are developing intellectual property. So at a very foundational way, they want to be fair, right? And so what fair is kind of it varies a little bit depending on the program, depending on the person that you're negotiating with, and the needs of the military, Department of Defense in that case, in that particular example. Because what a lot of people lose sight of is that, of course, the DoD, they have requirements. The only reason why they're doing this is to satisfy a requirement. And the method by which they go about satisfying that requirement is what the acquisition process is about. It is the planning piece of it that's most interesting to me, acquisition planning. And so whether you're dealing with a federal acquisition regulation type of acquisition, a contract and negotiated procurement, or you're dealing with other transactions, and it's very popular to talk about, OTAs and other transactions, right? Whether you have any of those sort of things, on the very front end, the government activity is trying to determine a few things by policy. The first is they're trying to determine how much intellectual property do they need to satisfy their program requirement, right? And so whenever people think about that and they start trying to be involved in program requirements, appropriated funds coming to satisfy whatever program needs they have, it's very hard to forecast, right? Especially for contracting officers, because they have to look at it and they go, okay, the lifetime of this program, I need this stuff, this level of licensure, in particular intellectual property, but I may not, but I may need it. And so they're supposed to kind of divine what it is that they need, but negotiate the minimum amount of intellectual property necessary to satisfy their requirement. And so they have this tension that's always there. We're supposed to take the minimum amount possible, but enough to satisfy the entire program. And so a lot of times you'll see contracting officers or acquisition activities kind of default with taking as much as they can get, unless you are reasonably negotiating to go a different direction. And so I mention that just as context because I find that sort of stuff fascinating, because at its very core, there's a negotiation involved in the acquisition of goods and services, certainly in the development of intellectual property, that it's going to go on. And so, but that being said, the government, to answer the question that I was asked a little bit earlier, they don't want ownership of the intellectual property. The only reason why that they would, which is less than 1% of the time, most of the time, is that you didn't, during the contract that you have that's developing something, you didn't identify that there was an invention, right? And so they mentioned a little earlier about inventions and seeking patents for it and stuff like that. I mean, certainly the DoD and the government want to be able to track inventions that were funded by their funds and their programs and things like that. So there's certainly reporting requirements that you have and things like that you have. And so most often than not, in the highest percent of the time, they're not going to want a patent on anything, on any invention. They're just the opposite. They're going to want a license. And so rather than ownership, they're really talking about licensure. And so you might ask, well, what kind of license does the government want? Well, they want a worldwide, non-exclusive, royalty-free, non-exclusive license, to be able to do with that invention what they funded it to do. And so there are different rights that they'll take in developed technology. And certainly those different rights, maybe you've heard of, maybe you haven't, but the government likes to, they like to change almost everything, and they won't use exactly like trademarks and copyrights. and trade secrets and things like that. They'll take that and make an amalgam out of it, and they'll say, really, we want to handle this in two regimes, in that we want to view it as technical data rights, or we want to deal with it as computer software. And of course, technical data rights are recorded information, no matter the form. Actually, I wrote it down because I knew I'd blank out. Recorded information, regardless of the form and method of recording of a scientific or technical nature. And so it's those type of things. The computer software. Sorry about that. Computer software is all about source code listings, object code listings, algorithms, and so flow charts, those things that have to do with software, so that you could ultimately recompile, recreate, or reproduce computer software. So it's all those things that kind of fall within that category. And so really, they like to deal with things in those two categories. And so they have DFARS provisions and license regimes that deal with those, and also those that deal with computer software. So that being said, what level of rights does the government want to take? They like to, of course, have unlimited rights in all the things that they funded completely. So if they were the sole contributor to a particular development or intellectual property, they want unlimited rights. They also take unlimited rights in other things that they have limited rights in, or technical, cyber data rights or something like that. If it's form, fit, and function data, or operation, maintenance, instructional, or training data, and things like that. And so the things that they need to ensure interoperability, they take unlimited rights in. But everything else, not so much. And so the way that the regimes are set up, of course, the government allows, and maybe you've been through some of these processes, is that they'll say, hey, as you're putting in your proposal, make sure that you, number one, identify the data rights that you're going to assert on different intellectual property you're going to provide as part of the contract, right? And so maybe you've heard that as data rights assertions, right? And so most people, they'll shake their heads and they'll think, oh my God, a data rights assertion on the front end, I don't understand what that is all about. But it's all about protecting your intellectual property that you're going to offer as part of the contract, right? And so you're telling them, hey, this is something that I developed because it was funded solely with private expense or with mixed expense, and this is what it is, and this is the rights I'm asserting. And so it allows you the opportunity to identify those things and protect it, as the government uses it in their contract, certainly. And so, as you contract with the government, of course, you're bringing some things to it more often than not, but also you're developing something. And so the question we get most of the time is, once we actually develop this intellectual property, what rights does the government take within that development or within that intellectual property? And so it kind of varies a little bit, in that if it is that you're not in a DoD activity, and it's mixed funding for the development of the intellectual property, you end up giving unlimited rights to the federal government, right? Unlimited rights. If you're in the DoD, they have something that they constructed called government purpose rights. So government purpose rights is a little bit different than unlimited rights, and they allow the entity to basically have they allow the government to use it for a government purpose for a period of time, and so they can use it with contractors that work with them. They can use it for acquisitions and things like that, and they can use it for a limited period of time, and then after that it becomes unlimited rights. But more often than not, especially around here, a lot of people are very familiar with the SBIR program, and the rights that go along with SBIR data rights are very interesting. And actually, in the last year, it was May of last year, I think, or the year before, they actually changed the protection period for SBIR data rights, in that the protection period is 20 years. And so what do you get with SBIR data rights? Well, if you develop something as part of the SBIR program, of course, you get all the benefits of being able to go without any sort of competition, in the phase 3, if there's an agency or activity that really wants a thing. But the things that are developed within the SBIR program actually have a protection period of 20 years, which means you get the government gets limited rights, so it's like rights that you brought into it that the government didn't fund at all, limited rights in technical data, and restricted rights in software. And so restricted rights means you can use the software on one computer and one terminal. And, it's very much limited. And so it's a very positive thing. And you can do that and have kind of exclusivity to utilize it other than the government's limited rights that it has for a period of time. And the reason why they set it at that period of time is because the government wants you to commercialize, right? They want you to have the opportunity and the ability to be able to utilize that innovation and benefit in the marketplace for it. And, in theory, as you're doing that, more people are interested in it. You're able to bring the prices down because more, more people are buying it. And, it's all a positive thing. It also attracts people to the SBIR program, which, the federal government has to operate. Congress actually requires by law that, any activity or agency that has $100 million in extramural R&D to set aside 3.2% of it to participate in this program. And so that's why the DoD is a big player there. That's why HHS is a big player there. Department of Energy is a big player there. But certainly, what you would learn, actually from me talking, is that the federal government and within the DoD kind of treats technical data rights and commercial or software, commercial and non-commercial, a little bit differently than you would in the regular marketplace. And so they have certain rights that they want, but they don't necessarily want ownership, right? They don't want ownership. And so, I set you up to answer one question really at the end with a lot of other information that kind of goes along with it. The important thing for entities that are pursuing different government funding routes is to understand where those limitations are, whether or not you can negotiate those data rights, which you can to some extent, and then how to do that, right? To protect the value of your company, your intellectual property, and make sure everything's okay, so that when you get to the point where you're ready to, whether you're going into a series fundraising or whatever it is, that you've maximized the value of your company, and you're able to live and play another day, as they say. But that being said, we probably have some questions that Erica wanted to ask.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and hop on the horn here. So I just want to let you know we got about 12 minutes left in the panel for Q&A. So we're going to be facilitating questions both virtually and in person. So if you're in person, start thinking of your questions and we'll get to them in a second. I also wanted to return really quickly to the whole link situation with regard to the slides that you wanted to send out to folks. So I just want to give a brief message to everyone. Please sign up on Eventbrite at defenseacademy.eventbrite.com. If you've already done that, then you're all good. But that's how I get your email. So if you want to get those slides and you haven't done that yet, please sign up there. And that's how I'll get those out to you this evening. With that, I'll go ahead and move on to the Q&A. There's actually an audience member who sort of tackled this question earlier, but I figured we should probably return to it because I think I'm certainly from USPTO perspective, you probably want to give your thoughts on this too. So the question is, can you please share some guidance on how much it costs to file a patent? And is there a cost-efficient way to file it for the startups?
Would you like to sit down?
All right, I'll take that question. Yeah, sorry, I was muted, double muted. Thanks, Erica. So the answer is really depends, but I can kind of tell you the sort of the fee structure and the sort of a mindset behind it. So the USPTO, as I mentioned earlier, we are 100% fee funded agency. But with that in mind, we really want to be friendly to people that are actually innovating, especially for those people are in a small business or entrepreneurs and whatnot. So we actually categorize these group of people in 3 different buckets. One is large, and second one is small, and third one is micro entity status, which I think Paula mentioned briefly earlier on. So in terms of that fee structure, all the fee associated with the filing is being reduced for the small. Of course, the large will pay 100%, small will be 50%, and the micro entity status will pay 75%. So it depends on the reason I say the price for the patent application is kind of depends is because if you look at the prosecution history, some application will go from the filing to grant of a patent right away, but some application will take, maybe even years to maybe few years. So because of that, back and forth sometimes will require some additional fees for filing different things and whatnot. So there is not really a set price, but just know that in terms of entering the system, the patent system, again, we are giving some advantage to those small folks. I don't mean literally, but your entity is small, then you get 75% reduction in fees. Or if you're small, I'm sorry, 50%. If you're micro entity status, then you get 75%. So if you are interested in looking for the requirements of how do you USPTO identify a certain group as small or micro entity status, please take a look at our webpage at uspto.gov, and then it will lay out all the fee schedule for everyone. Great question.
Might be worth mentioning that any attorney fees that you have is in addition to that, and so the full picture of the cost to submit a patent. If it's just you doing pro se and submitting it, then it'll be kind of one area, and if there's an attorney kind of helping you, it'd probably be a little bit more, but certainly worth it to help expedite and make the process a little bit more effective and efficient.
Great, yeah. And so there's actually a little bit of a follow-up to that. So I'm going to go ahead and read it out too. It's a specific data point question. So the question is, how many patent applications out of 650,000 applications in 2020, how many of those were self-filed by the innovators, or are most of the applications filed by the patent attorneys?
Yep.
Okay, I'll take that one. So I can't do the math, but I know it's in average, as we know it, is like 3% of the applications are done by the inventors themselves. We call them pro se. So it's a really low percentage, because we're always encouraging people to get an attorney, get adequate representation, so that you're not wasting your time or your money, because it's a very cumbersome process, unfortunately. But if you want a good, valuable patent, it may be worth it. And I do want to add that if you decide that you think you have the knowledge or the patience to get the knowledge and do it yourself as a pro se, again, we have a lot of resources. We actually provide trainings for those people who decide that they want to do it themselves. We have the trainings. We explain to them from the very beginning how to start, how to decide that you want a patent, and then all the steps that follow, how to conduct a search, how to conduct a proper search, how to file the application, how to draft the claims, all the steps. We actually have classes for that. They're free. They are available, and I will let you know the link. It is called Path to a Patent. If you want to Google it if you want to search for it in our website, if you type Path to a Patent, it will show you all the classes that are available. We have a monthly class on different topics, and it's free again. And similarly, we have the same educational trainings on trademarks. So the trademark ones is called Trademark Bootcamp. So if you type those words, you will get the schedule, and all those classes right now are being virtual. So regardless of where you are, you're going to have access to them.
Yeah, let me just add, thanks, Paola, just maybe two more points to that. So as a pro se applicant, our patent office actually designate or have a specific group of examiners and supervisors that directly deals with the pro se applicants. And their mission is to really do some additional handholding that pro se applicant really needs in terms of interacting with our examiners, making sure they are successful if they in fact have something that is new and non-obvious in terms of patentability of their case. They will definitely be there on the sideline to encourage the applicant, as well as go help them through that examination process. So that's one. And the number that Paula mentioned, about 3%, you may think like, man, that's really small. What are my chances, right? So I would just suggest that you can go home right now, or maybe you can on your phone. What you can do is go to Google Patents, and then if you do some keyword search in terms of what your inventions are, and take a look at how that particular patent was written, from the background of the invention to all the way down to disclosure to claims. If you read that and you think, man, I think I can do that, I just need to know a little bit more about it, in terms of that process. Then I think, you could take that, all the resources that Paola just mentioned in terms of obtaining some additional information, attending some of these additional seminars and training sessions that we offer. I think there is a pathway forward for the pro se applicants. I, as a former patent examiner, work with the pro se applicants, and there were some success stories and some were not. That is in fact same for either you have a patent attorney representing your case or not. So just want to say that there is a pathway. Just because the numbers are low does not mean that is one way is the right way or the other. Just want to state that.
Yeah, and I would just add to that too. I mean, you totally can apply for a patent, without an attorney, pro se without an attorney. There's no doubt about it. The more complex your technology is, and the less familiarity you have with the application process, should probably just kind of guide you on whether the cost benefit is there, as to whether or not to engage an attorney or not. I mean, certainly they can be incredibly helpful. And if you don't want anything to chance, absolutely, you should find you a good patent attorney to help file things like that. But don't be dissuaded. I mean, much as we said a little bit earlier, the government programs and the patent trading officers are the same. They want to help folks be able to do things without, additional costs and, additional services and things like that. But, much like with government contracts, sometimes the contract kind of outruns the experience level of the pro se awardee, right? They're just not that familiar with all the issues. And so use your experience and your situation as a guide on what to do, and it will help you every time.
Yeah, Ellen, let me just add one more point. On our webpage, actually, all of the registered intellectual property practitioners are listed, right? So if you go to our webpage, and then you can kind of maybe narrow it down by the geographical location, depends on what state you live in, what city that you live in. And I'm not really supposed to provide any legal advice, but this is a recommendation. I think what's really beneficial is that whatever the technology or the invention that you're thinking about filing for patent application, let's say that is in fact a mechanical device. It is pretty good idea that your patent attorney in fact either has experience in prosecuting mechanical like patent applications or have background in terms of educational background, so that is in fact a match, right? So I wouldn't necessarily, if I have a cure for cancer, I wouldn't go to a civil engineer and say, hey, can you write my patent application? Because that won't be a good match. So that's something to think about. But we do list all the registered practitioners on our webpage. So if you're interested in that, and certainly Alan is right there, so you can talk to him about and maybe his recommendation as well.
Very good. Are there any? Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Please stand by, sir. If you can ask this into the microphone.
Sure. Glad. John Kinzel with Friendly Force. What are the guideposts to help you decide if you're going to file a provisional versus a full patent?
So I'll take that, Paul, if that's okay. So I know we're running out of time, so within a minute I'll try to answer this. So provisional application, really, I told you guys about the first to file system that we are under American Invents Act. So what the provisional application does is actually a placeholder. It does not get examined. It's a placeholder for you to say, I'm gonna put a stake in the ground today as a effect to get yourself an effective filing date. You have a year to really perfect that into what's called a non-provisional application, which does in fact get examined by our patent examiners. So it gives you a window of opportunity to kind of assess, should I move forward? Do I need to, maybe work with partners or business partners or ask for funding, things like that. So it gives you an opportunity for those things to happen before you commit yourself to file for non-provisional application, which is a little bit costly. For the provisional application, I think it's somewhere around to filing fees about $70-ish. I don't exactly remember the price, but it's a very low cost. So you can actually say, my intent is to file for non-provisional application, but instead, right now, I'm going to file for provisional application. So it's a really good tool for you guys to think about if you are kind of in that period, we're not 100% sure, because in fact, filing for patent application is an investment.
Erica? All right. Well, before we go, I just want to tell you thank you very much for your attention for this hour. Also remind you that Erica will get whatever slides that she has available to you. And so there's one presentation that does technical data rights and computer software, and another one from the U.S. Patent and Trading Office, which will have all the links that they talked about a little bit earlier. If you need to get in touch with either of us, I highly encourage you to do it. Even though a government agency, the USPTO welcomes questions, and having a little bit of connectivity with them is always a very positive thing. Same thing, if you need anything from me, I'd be happy to talk to you further or go from there. That's the conclusion of this presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Goodbye.
Green is go, red is stop. You think you'd remember that one. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to see people here in person today, especially after the marathon couple of weeks we've had with Fed Supernova, Austin Startup Week, and everything else going on. For those who don't know me or who don't recognize me from previous events, my name is Helena Krusek, and I'm our Senior Venture Partnerships Manager for Capital Factory. I apologize for my lost voice. I had a bunch of meetings yesterday and lost it because COVID and, not really talking to people. So my apologies for my voice sounding a little rough. I'll be with you all day tomorrow, and so I'll be moderating those sessions and talk to you about that. But I wanted to move us into the last session of the day, where we're going to be talking about what you have learned, all the information today, DoD Contracting 101, IP. How do you take that and actually move into SBIR applications themselves? So we're going to have a discussion with folks who do the programming for the various applications. So I'd like to welcome to the stage James Africano with SBIR Advisors, Dr. Casey Purley with Army Applications Lab, and Jared with AFWorks, who I believe is dialing on. Do we have Jared Evans? There we go. Excellent. Welcome, Jared. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
Of course. All right. I will leave it up to y'all. Do you need a microphone? There you go. Okay.
Awesome. It's great to be here. I'd like to basically just do some introductions. So I'll start off. My name is James Africano. I was a previous contracting officer, active duty Air Force. I worked over at SOCOM, worked over supporting space programs after that, and got out. And now recently, I now mentor startups with the SBIR process and going through the SBIR program, as well as am a partner over at a VC firm.
James, sorry, is your mic on?
Yeah, it isn't anymore.
Needs to be green so everyone experience.
Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. Sorry about that. So I'll do that again. So my name is James Africano. I'm going to do a little introduction of myself. So previously I was an Air Force active duty contracting officer. I worked over at SOCOM, then went over to Space Force and worked space acquisitions. Recently got out, and now I work with startups who want to go through the SBIR process and guide them through the program for SBIR. I'm also a partner over at a VC firm as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Casey Purley. I'm with the Army Applications Lab. For those of you here in person, our office is right to the left outside these double doors. AAL's mission is to get the best technology into the hands of warfighters faster. We do this with a lot of funding mechanisms, but one of them is SBIR.
Hey everyone, my name is Jared Evans. I'm one of the program managers and the lead program managers for the Air Force Open Topic. I'm here representing AFWorks, which many folks are familiar with, and specifically AF Ventures. And so we'll talk a lot about how you all can engage. We'll talk a little bit about the organizational structure of AFWorks, just so we know kind of who's doing what and who's who in the zoo, as it were, and then talk through the open topic opportunity specifically as one and frankly one of the largest topics that the Air Force offers through these programs. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Yeah, so I want to kick off this discussion. Essentially, what we're going to cover is we're going to do a little bit of background on SBIR and the SBIR process. We'll talk a little bit about why this applies to startups, and we'll also talk about how can you leverage the SBIR program. So we'll kick it off with a little bit of the background. So with the background of SBIR, so SBIR was actually established back in 1977. And the primary purpose of the program really was to spur U.S. Technology innovation, as well as provide a pathway for cooperative partnerships between startups and with different federal agencies. And so the program went well. However, one key thing is that essentially a lot of the topics that were introduced into the SBIR realm were very, very specific, highly specific. And as a result, a lot of the companies that did want to participate in the SBIR program ended up having to be highly specialized. And as a result, a lot of the technology that came from that original SBIR process didn't have a lot of commercial applicability. A lot of the solutions were very, very DoD specific and ended up not being commercialized as a result. So what's changed? So fast forward, 2017 was a big year for the DoD, for Air Force, for a lot of the different innovation hubs that are spread throughout the US. With the introduction of the open topic, which I'm sure Jared will talk about in a little bit, as well as all the introductions of the different innovation hubs, it led to a lot of more programming towards more open solutions for startups. And that's why you'll see a lot of buzz on LinkedIn and on social media. A lot of companies are now taking advantage of the SBIR, STTR program to basically work with federal agencies, take their solutions, and basically provide a way to go in and basically fund using non-dilutive funding to fund a lot of their prototype development for to get up to an MVP to where they can then commercialize, but also provide a pathway into the government. And so what I want to do is I want to break down kind of the different stages of SBIR, STTR, right? And so SBIR, STTR, so the different agencies have different approaches on how they approach SBIR. However, one thing kind of remains constant, right? It's the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And how that's looped together, how that's put together, depends on the agency's approach. However, the phase 1, essentially what it is it's a feasibility study, really. So what you're looking at is you're looking at the military's problem or the DoD's problem. You're looking at, okay, what are the potential applications? What is the way we can solve this problem? And you really address your specific approach to that problem. Once you go through that phase 1, you move on to the phase 2. And the phase 2 is prototype development. So in that particular case, what you do is you actually partner with that organization and you do a lot of the development work, a lot of prototyping to get up to that MVP for that phase 2. And then after that, you go to the phase 3, which is a lot of it's basically a production contract. It's a follow-on, right? And the phase 3 really is the key player in this entire SBIR process. With the phase 3, essentially you have sole source capabilities to go to any federal agency. If you win a phase 1 award with Air Force, you can go to Navy, you can go to Army, and you can still use sole source rights for that particular contract. And that provides a lot of value. You don't have to go to phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3. You can go from phase 1 directly to phase 3 to contract. And so why does it matter? So recently, what we've seen is that a lot of different startups are utilizing the SBIR, STTR program basically to negate having to go fundraise and basically give up equity to basically receive a lot of the early capital that they need to get to that MVP. A lot of programs are utilizing the SBIR program to basically go and receive the non-dilutive funding to basically fund that process to where they can commercialize and move on to like a Series A, Series B. A lot of different companies that I'm sure you've actually used or have seen have gone through the SBIR program. Like for instance, Palantir. You have Sonicare by Philips, 23andMe, Symantec. All these different companies have gone through the SBIR STTR program and have had great success in commercialization. So with all that being said, what I'd like to do is I'd like to pass it over to Casey. And essentially what I'd like to do is go through each program specific approaches to SBIR and how you can basically get involved and work with those programs.
So one thing I really want to emphasize is when you said problems, and you talked about the original SBIR topics that went out and how specific they were, both Jared and I kind of smiled at the same time, right? Because both of our organizations were taking different approaches to getting after that issue, but both of us have identified it as a key problem, right? As I like to say, the Army has a tendency to put the answer in the question. That is not helpful because, one, it limits the creativity that solvers like you can bring to bear. And two, it presumes we know everything, which admittedly we don't, right? So what AAL has done is we have a program called Spartan Cyber, and it's designed to improve access, transparency, and speed to capital for our non-traditional solver partners. For access, it's about getting companies to and through the door. So to that end, while we have to post our topic on beta.sam, which is the government website that I don't think any of you should ever try to navigate because it's maybe not the best user experience, we also post on LinkedIn and Twitter and Instagram, right? We try to meet solvers where they're at rather than relying on you guys to be searching through government websites hoping to find an opportunity. And once companies are on contract, we give you access to all of the relevant Army stakeholders and end users that you need to really understand the problem and figure out how your technology can address a portion of it. That can be, for example, when we had some companies working on how to improve the rate of fire for some field artillery pieces, we took them out to Fort Hood. We put them in a field artillery piece. We closed the door and it fired. So whatever those companies thought shock and vibration meant when we told them in our webinars, they all came out of that slightly rattled and went, right, shock and vibration. I need to call my engineer. That's not going to work, right? So that's the level of access we want to give you. Also, we know we need to move faster with capital, right? So typically in AAL, about 15 days after submission closes, we let you know if you've been selected for one of our Spartan Cyber Awards. And for our phase 1, that initial proof of concept award that was mentioned, you're on contract on average 42 days, right? So that enables us to get you guys money faster and get the solution into the Army that much quicker too, right? And then the last thing I'm going to say, when we talk about problems, this is where I think we differ a little bit from AFWorks. We don't put out open topics. We do put out specific problems that have Army stakeholders from modernizers all the way through buyers aligned. But they're going to be broad. They're going to be things like, how do I help this piece of equipment fire faster, right? You can bring any sort of solution. It can be an inventory management solution. It can be a robotic solution. It can be a NASCAR fast wrench that's been turned on its side to do something different, right? Similarly, we can say we need to improve maintenance in our motor pool. We need some AR, VR help to do that because we know BMW's had this for decades, right? But we're just going to describe the problem to you, and we're going to let companies come in and say, I think you need this. I think you need that. I have a part of the solution here. I have another part of the solution there. So we really try to go with broad topic areas to let you guys bring creativity into the process.
And we'll go ahead and pass it over to Jared.
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, so, before we get too far into the open topic, we'll talk quickly about AFWorks and kind of how we're split out to kind of make sure we kind of start with a good lay of the land here. So AFWorks is in all of the Department of the Air Force, right? So Air Force and Space Force. And it includes SpaceWorks. So we've introduced them here just recently. We'll also be introducing some space specific products as well here coming up. But inside of AFWorks, you've got a few different kind of operational divisions, if you will. AF Ventures being the first, and I'm a little biased here as being part of the AF Ventures team. But the open topic specifically lives within AF Ventures. AFWorks also houses the management of our specific topics. So there's other topics inside of the Air Force portfolio that we administer as an AFWorks team, but AF Ventures specifically manages the open topic. So what we'll talk about basically from here on out is specific to that offering in particular. So AF Ventures, we're attempting to bring a perspective shift to the conversation, right? So, we're the commercial investment arm of the Air Force, but we end up spending most of our time talking to the government side, right? And kind of developing out ways and means and finding ways to empathize with folks that we expect to be our business partners, right? And so working with the companies, generally speaking, is the easy part, right? I mean, the incentives are aligned in terms of the contracts and that kind of thing. But again, most of our time tends to be spent with government folks trying to not only just make sure they understand how to use the program at a general level, but when it comes to the DoD specific insights and processes and all the things that make DoD acquisitions hard, we want to make sure that, one, the information is being presented clearly and effectively, and given everyone the wherewithal to attack those problems that are relevant to them. And so with the open topic specifically, right, the first thing that we kind of accomplished in kind of reimagining what we wanted SBIR and SITR to be for us was, one, it was really anchored in getting out of our own way. So we talked a little about, the fact that there used to be specific topics that were very highly scoped to something that we thought we wanted at the time. And then, a year later, year and a half later, whatever contracting and the paperwork caught up, right, we would see if anybody can provide that thing that we thought we wanted, right? And that had a couple basic assumptions that we would probably argue with here in the room, but the thing that we wanted to do first was kind of get out of our own way. So we started this open topic, which is, it's open in terms of not only you as companies, as businesses being able to participate. So any small business can come and submit any technology or solution to the Air Force, right? And through our approach, one, we educate companies coming through on a lot of the pitfalls of integration and bringing engagement to the forefront to allow them to find those early adopters. And then we give them the wherewithal to move forward into prototyping with those early adopters, with those customers, end users, with a newfound understanding of the processes they'll go through. And then also, by the way, given the opportunity for others, right, not small business, not the government, right? So commercial investors, private equity, external investment to pair with not only AFWERX funding, but also customer funding. So from across the department, organizations, and really across the federal government, organizations can contribute funding, all of which is consolidated in these our SBIR and SITR contracts, and we're able to really maximize your trajectory and where that money goes and how it's spent. So the government isn't always known for efficiency, and this is one way that we can work together to get farther along in the development pathway, as opposed to us individually funding our own efforts in the same direction, but just not getting nearly as far. So ultimately what we've seen through the program is an explosion, one, of engagement, right? So when we open the doors to work with the Air Force, we've seen incredible levels of engagement from the commercial sector, which is fantastic. And also on the far end, right, seeing the transitions, moving not only to the kind of where small business has traditionally gone, right, whether that be more of a lateral move to labs, whether it be smaller projects to the operational community. But we're seeing small businesses, one, grow and scale their solutions to levels that we haven't seen before. So, case in point are just some of the recent TACFI and StratFi awards that we've seen come through. But we're seeing small businesses integrate on exquisite solutions that were previously kind of out of the reach of the small business space. So that includes, aircraft themselves, right? 5th gen aircraft. That includes next generation aircraft. That includes our nuclear arsenal and a wide variety of other things as well. So it's been a wonderful ride in engaging with companies, engaging with government as well to facilitate this engagement across the board. And we've seen a lot of success in aligning objectives between the commercial sector, between us as kind of a a kind of an unbiased third party to try to facilitate this engagement, right? And then also the government customers, right? Representing not only the Department of the Air Force, but as we talked about a little bit earlier, if you come through and receive an Air Force or an Army Phase 1, you then have sole source justification for the entirety of the federal government. So one thing I'll add to that, the conversation that we had thus far was that that I think that falls into the category of things that you would have expected the government to be able to do in the first place, in terms of, hey, I'd like to buy your thing, or I'd like to sell my product to you, and then the government would just buy it or procure it. Well, the reality of the situation is that's a ton of work for those government folks to facilitate, right? These folks have normal day jobs, right? So their job isn't necessarily to buy things from you in particular. They've got other responsibilities and things to do along the way. And so, with paperwork and all the market research and everything that has to go into the contracting process, right? You can be well over a year and a half of talking about buying something before it actually goes on contract and work starts to be done. I actually advertise this sole source justification as more of a value for the government customer than it is the commercial customer, right? You kind of expect to be able to, people to be able to procure things from you. This is a huge boost to government, to contracting, to the user community, et cetera, to know that, hey, I can go straight to you. And in the matter of a few weeks, right, depending on if your local contracting staff is familiar with the process, within a few weeks, actually be working on a contract with those users. And I know it's always a fun conversation to talk about what a phase 3 is. And the short answer is any contract that leverages that sole source justification, right? So it can be an R&D contract. It can be a procurement. It can be, lots of different things that kind of derive from your SIBR or SITR work. But the point is, there's lots of opportunity here and a wide left and right limits for you to operate in the space, as you come through the SIBR and SITR program. So the open topic is the kind of the preeminent or the largest piece of the Air Force offering in this space. We've also have Prime and some other opportunities from AFWERX challenges and so on and so forth. That when you come into the AFWERX ecosystem that you're a part of, right? It makes we kind of facilitate that crosstalk as well, which is fantastic. But there's I don't want to belay getting to questions, but there's a lot of opportunity here in the SIBR and SITR space. And the Army is doing a fantastic job. I think AFWERX is doing a great job as well in facilitating, these programs, not only for you as companies, but for the government as well, right? Because, we're trying to facilitate a relationship here. We recognize that we're not driving the conversation in terms of research and development dollars. We're not driving the conversation in terms of the tech development, just investment overall. And we're learning consistently and reliably that this is an area where we have to be more of a teammate, right? And we have to provide value to you just the same as you're providing value via your solution to us. So really looking forward to working with you and seeing your proposals in the next round here. But pending your questions, we'll jump into it. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jared. And it's funny you mentioned the phase 3. Like, I think about a month ago, I saw like a $4.6 million phase 3 that was contracted in 2 weeks, which is unheard of. When I was a contracting officer, a $4.6 million acquisition would have taken at least 3 to 6 months. Even longer if we had to go back and revise the acquisition plan. So stuff like this is awesome. So question for you both. So what do you do if a company goes to basically take a phase 1, phase 2, and leverage a phase 3, but going through the contracting office, going through that particular program, they're not familiar with the phase 3 process? Is there resources? What can the company do to basically help smooth that transition along?
So I'll take the first crack at that. So for us, because we align the stakeholders from the front, we know if things are going to move to a phase 3, probably partway through a phase 2, right? Everybody likes where the technology is going. It's meeting the needs. We have the buyer there going, yes, I have the money to continue development. I want this in my program of record, which is in the congressional budget, right? That holy grail. So you can, part of the benefit of phase 3, in addition to being sole source, is we can negotiate that contract directly, right? So we'll start having those discussions midway through a phase 2. We'll work everything out. We'll actually involve the KO, that contracting official, from the start, so everything is smooth, so that ideally there is little to no break at the end of your phase 2 moving into a phase 3.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, so from the Air Force perspective, there's a few different things. One is as you kind of look kind of laterally, so you have phase 1 and the phase 2, and then moving into phase 3, we get folks involved early on in the process, right? So, even in phase 1, you're getting those early adopters, and you're getting leadership on board with the idea that your solution, could really provide value. In phase 2, we're prototyping those things, and we're seeing, we're realizing that value at a deeper level. And in phase 3s, well, and I'll insert there, you have the TAC-FI and STRAT-FI programs, which are supplemental programs that allow us to kind of exit the traditional small business space, if you will, and go into, the multi-year, much higher dollar values with AFWERX matching. And at that point, we're actually requiring those customer organizations to execute those contracts kind of under our purview, right? So we facilitate, as part of that process, them having kind of all their ducks in a row, right? And not only we certainly provide resources from SAF AQC, which is the head of contracting in the Air Force, right? So they can speak from an authoritative and informed perspective as a contracting staff. So there's dedicated resources specifically at that level. But additionally, one of the things that we facilitate this engagement by is in our normal contracting expense, we use augmentees. So we take contracting folks from across the Air Force, literally across the world, and use them in our normal phase 1, phase 2 contracting processes. We do this for evaluators and finance and contracting as well. And we, part of that is exposure to what these contracts are. So again, whereas this has historically been held in the research lab domain, we're now exposing this to the broader audience, right? To include the functional support. So, again, finance and contracting, for instance. And so when these customers are coming through in TAC-FI and STRAT-FI in the phase 3s, and they want to procure this technology and let a phase 3, not only do they have dedicated resources, in their own community that can talk them through the button pushes of how to do that, but also they have some baseline experience on what we're talking about in the first place, right? In terms of SITR and why it matters and that kind of thing, because they've gone through, they participated in our sprints, they've been trained on it, they have some hands-on knowledge, and their organization writ large, right? Not just them as contracting, but the organization at large have already signed on to the program, right? Have already signed on to this solution, and have vetted their participation, right? Which kind of greases the skids for everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So a couple more questions, and then we'll pass off the Q&A over to the audience. The first question that I have for you is, this one's going to be directed towards Jared, but specifically the TAC-FI STRAT-FI program. I was wondering if you could go more into depth about TAC-FI STRAT-FI, the purpose of it, and basically the dollar amounts and how companies can use that program.
Yeah, absolutely. So long story short is, there has always been an opportunity for companies to receive a second phase 2, right? So you have phase 1, phase 2, and then phase 3, right? Well, there's, policy allows for us to a second phase 2 following your first. And, you may hear it phase 2B or sequential phase 2 or supplemental phase 2. Over time, it's gone by lots of different names. But ultimately, what we've pioneered on with the AFWERX Open Topic, is these tactical funding increase, which is TAC-FI, or strategic funding increase, or STRAT-FI. And what these are cost sharing or syndication models, if you will. So basically, you have your government customers who signed on in phase 1. They've realized the value of what you're doing with your prototyping in phase 2. And now they're moving, and we're trying to scale the solution into production, into a broader audience, et cetera. And so we're pulling together program executive officers, so heads of acquisition. We're pulling together user bases, all to provide government customer funding as a first part. There's also an opportunity to bring in external funding, so commercial investment, private equity, venture capital. I mean, pick your source, and pull that into the equation as well. And then AFWorks provides an additional match on top of that. And so, through this cost sharing model, not only are we seeing, one, a much larger engagement. I think the first test, we announced it a couple months ahead of when it was due, and we had something like 20 participants. And then here this last year, we opened up the window a bit longer, up through the end of June here, and we had over 160 applications, right? And these are small businesses that are being supported by the likes of the commander of ACC, and are being supported by our highest or most esteemed 4-star generals, right? Which is incredible, right? That's not something that we've seen previously. So these supplemental funding programs, SFPP for short, is really our scale stage of the program, right, from our investment perspective. So we have early stage growth, growth in phase 1 and phase 2. The TAC-FI and STRAT-FI programs really allow companies to solidify that core interest and scale that across the Air Force, across the federal government.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So I'll wrap up with a final question before we transition over to Q&A. For both of you, what is the hallmark of a successful cyber company? What do you recommend that a company bring to the table that they are prepared for when they come to the cyber program?
So for us, it's two things that can really make a successful application. One, tell us about your idea and your technology clearly and in detail. I recognize that sounds silly. You'd be surprised at the number of applications that I think assume we have more knowledge than we do. So especially for Spartan, Cyber, and AAL, soldiers help evaluate this. So do scientists. So what a soldier doesn't know, a scientist might, and vice versa, but just assume you're playing to a neutral audience. Don't assume we know things. Secondly, we really look at your team. What's your experience? What's your commercialization plan? Those are key components of how we grade SBIR applicants, and something that we at AAL take incredibly seriously. So don't think like, oh, I only have a limited amount of time, I'm just going to focus on my tech. Bad idea, right? We really care about that team and your plan as well. So for us, coming with those in an application is a really great way to make it stand out.
Yeah, those are great points. I mean, there's a couple non-negotiables, and there's a couple negotiables, right? So the non-negotiables, and this is going to sound a little pandering probably, but you got to read the solicitation, right? And you got to meet the baseline requirements for being registered in SAM and having a DUNS number, right? You got to have a cage code. You have to be a qualifying small business, right? You have to propose up to the limits of that solicitation, so money and time. So there's some basic things that you could have cold fusion in a bottle, but if from a government perspective, we're not going to be able to put you on contract if we're not checking some boxes up front. So there's that. Now the other piece is a lot of times I think folks expect that the DoD speaks some weird kind of acquisition language, right? And one of the things that we try to make sure we communicate clearly on is the evaluation, right? So what are you being graded against? How are you being looked at, right? And as I kind of mentioned in the previous point, there's a lot of eligibility questions, right? Documentation and that kind of thing, kind of check boxes, if you will. But there are only three things in our solicitations, three things that are qualitatively evaluated, right? And that's the evaluation criteria themselves. So make sure you're checking the boxes, reading the solicitation, that kind of thing, but speak clearly and overtly, to those three things. Like, don't feel bad about talking about, hey, this is how I feel this need. This is how I feel this need. This is how I talk to these folks, right? This is my technical merit is backed up by these things, right? So don't feel bad about just talking straight to those three things. From a kind of what makes good versus better, I think Casey hit the nail on the head, right? I mean, historically, these have been very technical in nature, right? The reports are all technical. It's very researchy. It's all kind of, held within the domain of the R&D folks in each of our services. We're taking a much broader approach to evaluation, right? And we want to make sure that we're looking, kind of understanding companies as a whole, right? And you'll see that reflected in our evaluation criteria. Your technical merit, your technical approach, the team that you're using to accomplish these objectives, and how you're going to get there from here. So, speaking clearly, and then once, I guess, like the last point I mentioned is, presuming contract award. We'll fast forward into that. But what makes successful later on is it's a lot of empathy, right? And this, it probably sounds a little kind of B school type of thing here, right? But we want to think about the customers, and in our particular case, frankly, that we are a non-rational body, and we are kind of in our own little universe, right? So there are, our folks operate in environments that other kind of normal folks don't operate in, whether that be, literally the environment, whether that be the integration of these technologies and, what systems we're working within. There's lots of different ways to kind of capture that, but know that we speak a different language, but we want the same thing. And it's just a matter of kind of, being patient, empathetic as we all kind of connect the dots here.
Awesome. That was fantastic answers. So with that, I think we'll wrap up this, and we'll move on to the Q&A from the audience.
I've actually got one question from the virtual audience so far, so I figured I'd hop up here and ask it for them on behalf of them. So someone asked, can you please share some insight on the journey of the successful companies you mentioned, from SIBR to scaling into enduring enterprises to serve more clients?
I'll start. So Spartan SIBR at AAL is pretty new, right? We have companies that are just beginning phase 2 or phase 3 contracts. So I can't point to anything at this point that's like it has fully scaled into a program of record. Like Holy Grail, every soldier in the Army has it. Wish I could. Would make doing things like this a lot easier, right? But what I can say is what makes a successful company when they're building through our process. One is listening to our stakeholders and our soldiers. So if we take you out to a motor pool at Fort Hood and you see something that's like, oh shoot, part of my idea is not going to work anymore, don't be afraid to modify your design, right? Don't be afraid to take on board everything you're learning as we connect you with these people, and shape your approach. We want you to do that. That's why we're giving you access to them. In addition, companies that meet their technical milestones, that do what they say they're going to do. Sounds pretty basic, right? Don't laugh. Some ideas don't pan out, and that's fine. But we are looking for companies that are, typically hitting and meeting and even exceeding their milestones. And lastly, I'll once again say companies that have good teams. Companies that are not just looking to the DoD to commercialize their products, but are also looking out into the commercial enterprise, who are building connections with private capital, other types of investment. Those are great signs as well, right? The DoD, we would love to buy your technology, but we also know we're not the best business partner, and you shouldn't count on us to save your business. So companies that have dual revenue source, especially for AAL, are particularly attractive.
And I'll tack on to that as well. The main purpose of the SIBR program really is to get to that commercialization piece. You really, unless you have a very defense-specific solution and you plan on commercializing to other federal agencies and to other contractors, that's perfectly fine. However, if you are commercializing to the commercial sector, then really you need to dedicate time, and you actually need to go out and you need to do all of the legwork of BD and whatnot within the commercial sector. You will not if you just focus on defense and then figure that you'll handle this commercial stuff down the road. That's not a winning formula.
So I often poke a little joke at this company, but I mean it very seriously. iRobot in the Roomba is based off of an SBIR, specifically mine avoidance. Your cat and your sofa, right? So just because you think your SBIR sounds incredibly defense specific, do not let that limit your creativity and where you can take it in the commercial sector. I think iRobot is a really great example of that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we take dual use seriously, right? It's not just, something that you see on a flyer somewhere. I mean, I can't speak for the entirety of the DoD or the department itself, right? But I know the Air Force and Space Force, they're not overly interested in propping up markets or trying to pay things unilaterally. I know sometimes it may seem like that when you look back at things, but it's one of the reasons why this program is in the first place, right? Why it exists. And so, the first evaluation criteria for us is commercialization potential, right? I mean, there's a reason why it's number one. So that's really important. I mean, empathizing and understanding your users and why they care about what they care about, right? Why they have to integrate with certain systems, are huge, right? I think a lot of folks kind of know this in their head, but don't necessarily apply it to the government space or the cyberspace all the time. Is that anyone who's worked in the customer service area, maybe they've worked at a restaurant or some other kind of public facing job, right? They know that there's good customers and there's not as good customers, right? And so the same thing applies, right? I mean, and being able to work together and mitigate those risks. Mitigate the risk of the person you're talking to losing interest or being reassigned or 500,000 other things that could happen. One of the ways that, excuse me, that we facilitate the engagement in the open topic is we're trying to build communities around what you're bringing to the table, right? It's not one person or one organization that you've seen, historically with our offering. So, that mitigates against, again, folks losing interest, organizations losing interest, customers not knowing, being too uncertain to move on things in the time that you need them. And ultimately, we're able to get farther and companies are able to be successful later on in the supplemental programs because they have a broader pool to pull money from, a broader pool of interest and leadership to lean on when questions arise about, well, do we really need this? It's all about kind of community building for us. And that has a lot to do with the success and the transition of some of the technologies to some of these large weapons programs.
Great question.
Hello. So there's one more question left, and we'll probably wrap it up. We've got 2 minutes left. The question is, are white papers of a specific format required to apply for SIBR awards?
So the only requirement I know of is that you need to address your technology, your team, and your commercialization plan, in addition to answering all of those, eligibility questions up front. Because if you don't answer one of those 3 questions, you're going to lose so many points, it's going to be impossible for you to be selected to be funded. That said, for Spartan SIBR, for AAL, we do put out a template. If you want to use it, you may elect to do so. It is not a requirement. That has a format as well as like the types of questions we like to see answered in those sections. We do that as a guidepost in case it's your first time applying for an SBIR and you're like, but what makes a good commercialization section, right? Or what makes a good technical section? But beyond eligibility and just making sure you hit all the grading criteria, I don't think there's anything particularly specific.
I know for our awards, for our phase ones, we require a slide deck not to exceed 25 slides. And that's it for phase one. We do provide a template to kind of guide you through, a lot of the questions that we kind of expect to see or would like answered along the way. It's just to, kind of help frame your reference. Later on in the process for phase two, right, it's a little bit more strenuous, right, in terms of the papers. And, we look at these programs as due diligence processes in and of themselves, right? So the due diligence doesn't necessarily just happen at evaluation. It's the entirety of the program. Like the whole program is a due diligence program, is a process, right? So we're going to build on that as we go along. But the bonus is it's a due diligence process that we pay you to go through, right? With the sole source justification and everything else at the end, right? The additional contracts. So we continue to up the dollar value. We continue to up the requirements in terms of what we want to see in value and usefulness, et cetera, et cetera. But to get in the front door is a pitch deck is what we require.
And I'll tack on to that as well. It kind of goes back to what Casey was saying earlier. I mean, you just got to read the solicitation. Every single agency is different. AFWERX has their process, AAL has their process, but I mean, HHS has their own process, right? Really, you got to go down, you got to go through the decision tree of what agency you're going to, what topic you're going to propose to, and really look at the requirements. Countless hours have been spent developing those topics, developing the requirements, and they're not just there as placeholders, they're there to really guide you through so that you can answer those questions and provide a meaningful proposal.
And solicitations are long and they're hard to read if you're not familiar with them, I know. But I know the Air Force does this and AAL does as well. In the pre-solicitation period, we have a time where you can call and ask questions or go to webinars and ask questions. So if you read that solicitation and you are confused, there are people out there who will answer those questions and try to help you navigate this process.
Yeah, agreed.
Awesome. Well, I just want to thank the team here, our colleagues, Army Applications Lab, and Jared, I know you're out there somewhere, AFWERX out in the cyber ether space. So I really want to thank you guys. I mean, when it comes to the SBR program, whether it's Air Force, whether it's Navy, whether it's Army, we're all looking at great ways of how to bring America's seed fund to you, the entrepreneur, right? Again, like we just mentioned earlier today, as we are learning some contracting and acquisition 101, what are some of the different things and nuances that you have to learn before you even start embarking on doing business with the government? So I just want to give just a quick thank you to both of you here on stage for representing the DoD and the American public so well, and knowing that our entrepreneurs have great allies in the Air Force, the Army, the Navy. Right here, we're talking, maybe not Jared, but we've got this team here, Army Applications Lab, right here on the floor here in the eighth floor Capitol Factory Center for Defense Innovation. Come on up. Don't be a stranger. If you're looking at going to Army Applications Lab and saying, how can you contribute to Army modernization and different things that they're looking for, they're there to answer your questions. So as we were saying, again, current theme here, contracting 101, acquisitions 101, we're here to help you. We're here to help de-risk how you enter the ecosystem and help maximize your chances of success by the virtue of just asking the questions and just being educated and being armed with the right type of information. So thank you guys once again for providing all the great experience and information to our entrepreneurs. And tomorrow, so I just want to let everybody know that tomorrow we got even more great stuff coming. Tomorrow is really themed barriers to entry. We're going to be taking a look at a lot of different opportunities on how to get through, for example, CMMC certification. We're also going to look at just other ways of really looking at this whole pathway to contract and how to help mitigate some of the risks with some of our great speakers that we have tomorrow. So come back, do a little bit more, learn by doing, and asking the SMEs, and hopefully making the network and the connections to help you succeed through all things, in defense innovation. So I really, again, thank you everybody for coming, for everybody online, everybody here in the audience. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock is when it starts. If you're coming live in person, 9 o'clock is our open coffee. Good chance to network with some of the government folks that are going to be here. 9:30 is open coffee. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. And thank you again for sticking with us, learning, and let's look again for tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you.